Hello, boys and girls. I'm back again. So I'm apparently going to be making this now into part two, which is so much. Like, I just don't know why. Like, it's way too much to put all of this in together. So I'm not going to be able to do that. But however, it's a over 3 hour video, and I've only still talked about 2 seasons of just Hi-5 songs of the weeks, and it's a bit ridiculous, I know, but that's what happens when they've done a lot, which I love, but it's too much. Um, so yeah, I just talked about the last songs of the week's series two, Feel the Beat, which is the theme called music, which was music. Um, so yeah, I don't actually know what my favorite episode was. My favorite episode was probably the Styles of Music episode. I don't know. That's pretty much it. Yeah, that was probably my favorite Hi-5 episode in that songs of the week specifically. But the reason I put in B because nothing stood up to me much. So yeah, it is what it is. So my chair is just adjusted badly again. Sorry about that. So go. Let's go and talk about series three now. Oh my gosh, the moment we've all been waiting for again. What I've been waiting to talk about after these 2 seasons. So now we're on to series three, season three now. So um, I don't know what to do with the songs of the week. So the first songs of the week of the series is so the songs of the week is Rain Rain, Rain Rain Go Away. And the theme is called Nature. Yeah. You know what? Nothing also stood up to me, to be honest. I'm gonna also put it in B, and I'll tell you why. Yeah. So the first episode is called Flowers. It's a nice way to start. It's nice and refreshing, sounds like, but it's a bit too basic for me. I don't know. So Kelly and Chats find words that rhyme with flower and rose. Charlie pretends to be a flower. Drop Drop helps Kathleen to find some flowers for Kelly. Charlie pretends to be a busy bee collecting pollen. Tim starts a new business. He sells and sends flowers. Okay, nice. Then Charlie sings while she does some signs. Nathan paints some colourful flowers. Charlie imagines how flowers would dance. Then Tim tells us a story about a fairy who lives in a sunflower. But Kathleen picks her. Wait, what? I feel like this was mixed up again. Wait, let me read this again. Sorry, guys. Okay, so after that, Tim tells us a story about a fairy who lives in a sunflower, but Kathleen picks her up. But Kathleen picks up her sunflower and the fairy flies up in the sky. She meets a bird and a helicopter. Okay, that's cute. But why would they actually put that sharing story in this episode and the other sharing story was meant to be this episode in episode 4? Why are they doing that again? Why? Nah, this does not make any sense. They're doing that on purpose. I hate that. Nah, I really don't know. Okay, so let me just read some trivia. So in this episode, Kathleen was able to see Drop Drop. Just pretend I didn't read that, but it wasn't meant to be happening. I knew it wasn't meant to happen. The sharing stories in this episode was meant to be in episode 4. So why did they pull that in this episode? That's where I'm offensive about it. Why are they doing that then? That's pathetic. I mean, that's to be ridiculous. I really don't know. So this is the first episode to be filmed and released in widescreen. To be honest, you can even make a widescreen while you're recording DVD in Series 1. Not only Series 2, but Series 1 as well. So don't be ridiculous. Hi-5 can do a lot, not just up to Series 3. That's ridiculous. Yes, I don't know if I also liked the episode of Flowers. It was a bit basic, and nothing was engaging. I don't know why. Nothing, and unfortunately, it wasn't a good start for Series 3. I'm sorry. Like, I don't know. It was sort of taking me back to Series 2, where it was also too underrating for me. And I know people are going to have some mixed feelings about this, but I do not care. That's what happens when you go and watch something, and you love the franchise a lot, but it doesn't give you a lot. I'm sorry. It doesn't fill me a lot. It's not giving me any vibe. I'm not even enjoying it. That's what it is. Okay, so the next episode is water. It's just called water. Nathan needs to connect a water tank to a tap. And Charlie pretends to wash clothes using just her hands. Drop gives Kathleen a pot plant, and she waters it to get some sunflowers. Nice. Then Charlie pretends to be in a pool. Chimpanzee Tim dances the rain dance along with his chimpanzee friends. Nice. Then Charlie makes rain sounds with her body. Kelly is wet, and Chats helps her by giving her some buckets. Then Charlie gives a dolphin a bath. Then Kathleen tells us a story about a beautiful mermaid. So it was about Molly the mermaid, which we got some stories by the merchandise as well, which is very cute. Yeah, so friends, the mermaid's friends, a crab, a dolphin, and a clownfish advise her to use sunscreen. Yeah, because then after her big fat little red nose. That's so funny. Yeah. So the next episode is Earth. Nathan makes a tiny garden and a big one. Charlie pretends to play with mud. Kelly and Chats play with a bulldozer called Caterpillar. I don't even know why they called it Caterpillar. It wouldn't make sense to me. I really don't know. Maybe I have to check some trivia about it, but at the same time, I don't understand. I'm so confused right now. Then Charlie also pretends to be a bulldozer. And Tim makes a song about a pig stuck in a mud puddle. And also, speaking of Tim's segment in this episode, now we get on to talking about a songlet being added in the album again. So in the Boom and Beat album, Stuck in the Mud is the songlet in there. So that was cute. Yay. So also along with the album, I love that. Then Charlie pretends to be a pig who has had a bath, but she sees a mud puddle and she can't resist getting in. Yeah, so again she gets dirty. I mean, that's a lot. Then Kathleen makes a garden salad, but Drop swaps her little veggies for big ones. That's also a bit a lot. Then Charlie pretends to plant some veggie seeds. Then Charlie tells the story about a dirt boy who meets an earthworm just before he starts digging a hole all the way to Iceland. Then he finds a jewel and a bone from the Kellysaurus Rex. So I did also mention this story, which I'm saying it again because I actually have no idea why they added this story to Magical Treasures. I felt like they should have done so much better with that Hi-5 DVD. That's the reason why I would really get pissed off about it. They shouldn't have done so much better with that DVD Magical Treasures, and they blew it just with this silly story. Added, it does not make any sense. I'm not happy about that. I get it was like a treasure, you're digging it, but no. No, I don't like it. I don't like it. That's not good. It's a hot mess, and I'm not happy about it, even for kids. Like, I don't know. I'm sorry to be rude, but it's like that. I don't know anymore, boys and girls. I can't. Anyway, so the next type of episode is Sky. They are putting very basic titles. They're not thinking creative up to series 3. They weren't like this when they've done series 1. No, actually, series 1 titles weren't also that creative. Well, they weren't like that in series 2, so I'll give it that. But series 3, well, look what they're doing now. Like, I don't know. So the next episode is called Sky. So Kelly and Chats fly kites. Shit, no, I don't want to type anything, sorry. These ads, just go away. Sorry. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, guys. Sorry. Let me adjust the chair again. Sorry, I'll be back. Sorry, guys, I had some problems again with this stupid chair. I don't know, I'm sorry about that. Let me just say this again. So the next Hi-5 episode we're talking about, we're still on to the first series 3 songs a week. It's way too much. So the next episode is called Sky. So then, as I was saying, Kelly and Chats fly kites. Charlie pretends to be a kite. Also, Kathleen gives the weather report. Charlie pretends to be a bird on her way to the nest, but she has to fly through the wind. Nathan, Kathleen, Tim, and Kelly are super sky heroes. Super sky heroes, and they make a storm together. Interesting, I like that. Then Charlie is Bolt Girl. Ooh, I like the sound of that. Speaking of the Series 7 story, I do actually really like the sound of that. I'm actually saying it right now. Then Tim and the Hi-5 Band make rain, hail, wind, and thunder music. Then Charlie pretends to be a hurricane. Then Nathan tells us a story about 3 flowers. Charlie was a freesia. Kathleen was a tiger lily, and Kelly was a shy rose button. So I loved those three flowers. They're cute. So Prince Tim, he was a prince, went to smell them every day, but he didn't notice that Kelly was there because she didn't dare to grow and say hello. I mean, that's not nice to say on the wiki fandom. You can't just say that. You can't just say that she didn't dare and grow to say hello. Kelly, or should I say, the shy rosebud would never say that. Would never not dare to do that. She wants to be like those other two girl flowers as well. Like, come on, that sounds ridiculous. But I felt bad for this story also because not only that they mixed the two sharing stories together, but I didn't like how the sharing story had that dynamic going. Like, they also knew what they were doing with the execution. They ruined the execution. The execution was really bad. I don't know why they did that. They should have known what they were doing. But anyway, I don't care now. I don't care. If there's perspective, bad luck. I don't know. Who needs perspective? Because I don't know. Like, I don't want to be rude now. Yeah, okay, so the last episode of this Songs of the Week is called Trees. So Nathan paints a magical tree creature on the bark of a tree. So he does sing the magic... Oh, I wished it would have been better called Magical Dreams, but it's called Magic Dreams. So it's also good that it's been added in the Boom and Beat album. And not only... I was just thinking about this. So the trivia it's written in the wiki fandom. I was just actually about to talk about that right now. Oh my god, what a coincidence. So it says in 2006 it was performed by Hi-5 as an outro. So a closing from the Hi-5 Dancers Volume 3. So yeah, in apparently in Hi-5 Dancers Volume 3 video, they do perform in the closing after You're My Number One, I think. Was that the last song, Series 3? The Charlie Nathan, I think they did. Yeah, by the way, it was for the closing, yeah. I loved that. It was really cute. But to be honest, I don't like it. Like, I don't want to be rude, but I don't like it when just Nathan sings that song, to be honest. I like when they all sing it with him instead of just him. Like, it also makes it emotional. Like, I don't know. It's not that it's, like, just emotional, but it's like... It feels basic, I don't know, just him, I don't know. But anyway, Charlie pretends to be a magical tree creature, and speaking of his song, it's also the same thing with Nathan's segment, but also Charlie's segment, Magical Tree Creatures, also added in the Boom and Beat album. So that is a lot of information to get. So yeah, I love her songlet. There weren't any changes, which is a good thing. Better, way better. That's probably the only good thing I would say about Series 3 is that they didn't make mistakes about that. Yeah. So Kelly brings a book about different sorts of trees and wonders along with chats what kind of tree there would be. After that, Charlie picks the leaves up, but they still fall in... Sorry, I'm not making sense, sorry guys. So then after that, Charlie picks the leaves up, but they still falling down. Okay. I felt like it didn't make sense to me reading, but yeah, okay, I get it, yeah, I get it now. Then Tim makes a song for Tree and Nathan, Kathleen and Kelly, helping acting like animals. Oh my god, that sounds funny. Then Charlie swings on a swing under a tree, and Kathleen has some patterns and she puts them in some tree shapes. Then Charlie pretends to be different trees. Then Kelly tells us a story about a boy who lives at the farm and he picks up fruits for an apple. Sorry guys, I'm like a bit stuck. I'm just looking at something else. Sorry. Then Kelly tells us I can't even talk today. Then Kelly tells us a story about a boy who lives at a farm and he picks up fruits for an apple tree, a lemon tree, and an orange tree. But the boy makes a wish about getting anything else in the trees because he finds picking up fruit boring. Well, actually, farmer, you're a bit boring for calling them that, and that is offensive. But I don't mean to be rude, but I'm sorry, like, and they do make fun of him because it's not good. Then after he wants fruit back, and it's always that kind of story. Why that? I should have known what was coming. But anyway, I actually don't know what my favorite Hi-5 episode was from the Rain Songs of the Weeks. I don't know actually. My favorite episode was probably the water episode. I love the water episode. It was giving me, makes me want to drink a lot of water, hydration. So I was kind of liking the water episode. But the reason why I put Nature Songs of the Week in B was because I wasn't feeling any. I felt like there weren't any energy to the songs of the week. Do you know what I mean? Everything was a bit flat and boring. Like I don't know, but otherwise it's still good, but it's still not good, but it's not too bad either. You know, it's still alright. So I'll give it a B. Okay, so the next songs of the week is Get Fit. So Boom Boom Beat is up next, folks. Um, you know what? I really liked this song, Zoe, but I'm not going to put in S because I felt like it wasn't really the best one, but I'm going to put it still in A. Just like the other ones too. So yeah. So the next Hot episode, the first Hot episode of the Songs Week is Mind and Body. So Kathleen pretends to be a doctor. Then Dr. Kathleen told Charlie she's okay, so that's her segment next. So the songlet is actually the songlet I'm okay. It's that songlet in the album. But Kathleen again, she sings it in series 4. But Kathleen, she sings it with the two of the boys in the album, which is pretty interesting. I felt like they shouldn't have executed the exact same concept with this songlet as in the series. Not as in the series from the album to make it also in the series, but they only did that with Kathleen, Charlie, whatever. I didn't like that, but I hate when they have to change something in the album that's not the same in the series. And it doesn't give it a good adaptation, and I hate that. That is really annoying. But anyway, yeah. So then Nathan has a dream about being the strongest person in the world. Then Charlie lifts weights. Then Tim makes a tune, and then plays Do. Kathleen plays Ray, and Nathan plays me. Oh my god. Then Charlie paints imaginary lines in the sky. Kelly brings a book about muscles. She learns about muscles and moves them along with chats. I feel like Kelly and Chats are so obsessed with books. There should be a librarian space, not just a word space. Because if they're obsessed with books, she should be getting into books, not just words, and feels like she has dyslexia, you know? I don't want to be rude, but you know, I feel like I don't want her just to describe that she's dyslexic, and also I don't want her just to describe just words and rhymes. I get that she has this wordplay concept, but she should have gone into reading books and reading with chats. But that's what they always do off camera. Like, no, show me all the rare footages, please. Oh my god, I'm funny. I'm funny. Then after that, I'm just joking, guys. Then Charlie moves to gluteus maximus. Oh my god. Why would you say that? Nah, that's too much. Gluteus maximus. Why did that? What kind of a name is that for a bottom line bone? That is sickening. I'm sorry to say that, but you know, that's sickening crazy. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Then Kelly tells us a story about a frog that can't jump. His dad gets worried, but a grasshopper and a kangaroo helped him to jump. Help the frog to jump. Yeah. Cute. But I'd be having some worrisome, but it's fine. Yes, I liked that episode as well. So the next episode is rest and relaxation. Cute. Sorry guys, I need to burp in. So yeah, Kathleen finds decorating and wrapping hats as a relaxing activity. Oh, that's really good. Then Charlie tries on different hats and they make her move in different ways. Then Nathan sings about shapes. Wait, don't tell me that's another filler song. I swear to God, man, please. Because I've seen that before. I don't know. Then Tim tries to make his dog Jock fall asleep. Then Charlie pretends to be a cat stretching. Kelly has the hiccups and Chats tells her that breathing in and out in a paper bag is a way to make the hiccups disappear. Yeah, that is a good idea, but I drink probably water. That's my recommendation. Okay, then Charlie feels squaggly, and she breathes deep to relax. And Nathan needs to rest, but he just finds some music to dance. Yeah, but he doesn't relax. That's not... Yeah. Okay, I just realized Nathan's segment after Charlie's and Kathleen's segments, both of them, his was also a filler song. Why, again, they are doing filler songs? They don't need to keep doing that. Why are they just shoving all another footage so you can fill out the whole episode? You don't need to do that. Even some episodes, they're shorter. I've just had enough of it. Like, come on, no more fillers. We don't need any filters or filler episodes, whatever they call it. It's a lot. Then after that, Charlie can't relax because she feels free without care. Okay. Then Tim tells us a story about a girl who doesn't like resting. She stays awake the night before her birthday party through her sister. Oh no, wait, sorry. Let me read that again. I am not making any sense today. Oh my god. Okay. So yeah, Tim tells us a story about a girl who doesn't like resting. She stays awake the night before her birthday party, though her sister and her parents ask her to sleep for a while. Yes, please sleep, because then that ruins the enjoyment. I don't like that. But anyway, yeah, I know, it is very energetically crazy. I can't. Then the next episode is Exercise, which again, it's a basic title, but I like it. So then Nathan wonders if soccer or basketball is his game. Then Charlie dribbles and kicks a pretend ball. Then Chats is very tired and Kelly takes her to do some exercise outside. Yeah, that is probably a good idea, but Chats wouldn't really want that, Kelly. I'm sorry it's not that I want to take your advice from it, but it's just she wouldn't want to. Then Charlie does some floor exercises. Then Tim and the Hi-5 band practice the Hi-5 marching band performance together. Then Charlie marches lifting knees and swinging arms. Then Nathan sings about shapes. Again! They just had that filler. They just literally had that filler. First we got Kathleen's fillers, we got Charlie's fillers, we got Kelly's, Nathan's. And where's Tim's fillers, huh? Tim is the only Hi-5 member that's not getting a filler. And I hate that they make him to be probably the bigger person without having a filler. That's not good. Yeah, why? Why are they adding Nathan's filler again? I feel like, again, it's not needed. Just to fill out the whole episode. They don't need to do that. Sorry about that, guys. I just left again. Very interesting. I just paused the video. I just went on a stupid advertisement that took me for no reason. Anyway, sorry about that. Yes, I don't know why they keep adding fillers. No more, because they're just doing that to fill out the whole episodes, and it's so unreasonable. They're never reasonable for that. I don't get it. Then drops cards, tell Kathleen which exercises to do. Then Charlie imagines how a dog would do exercises. Then Charlie tells us a story about a boy, his sister, and his sister... sorry, let me read it again. So Charlie tells us a story about a boy. His sister is a very good runner. His brother is a very good swimmer, and his best friend is a very good scooter riding. But they don't know that Nathan loves dancing, and he does it pretty well. Yeah, but I feel like they wanted that concept so that you can be embarrassed. Never be embarrassed and be confident, okay? Be confident and show your own personality. Never hide things. We don't hide things. I love dancing as well. Anyway, get off ad. Okay, so the next episode of the Songs of the Week is Foods and Charlie's Picnic. This was probably my favorite Hi-5 episode already in this Songs of the Week. I'm not gonna lie, I love this episode already. Even without even getting to reading them yet. Oh my god. Okay, so Foods at Charlie's Picnic. So Nathan compares different fruits. Even if their names are similar, he'll take them to Charlie's Picnic. Excellent. Then Charlie sings and dances about fruit. Then Kelly and Chats make funny fruit faces to take to Charlie's Picnic. Wow, that's excellent. That's really good. Fantastic. Then Charlie copies the way the animals eat. Then Tim, Kathleen, Nathan, and Kelly make food shakers to take to Charlie's Picnic. Excellent. As well. Then Charlie pretends to be a milkshake. Oh, yum, that's making me hungry right now. Oh, my gosh, I'm jealous. So envious right now, envious for that. Then Nathan sings about shapes. Oh my god. How many times am I going to say that they're adding fillers into the episodes? I don't know anymore. Like, would you stop adding the fillers? I love all the fillers, but it's unnecessary. It really is. Like, and it creates another distraction to the episode. So that you can fill out the whole episode. And we've already seen that. That's enough. I'm sorry, and I'm not trying to be rude, but that's like that. It is just exactly like that. It's too much, really. Nah. But I don't. No more fillers. Then Kathleen makes food to take to Charlie's picnic, but Job makes it hard. Please don't do that now. Then Charlie finally starts the picnic. Cute. Then Kathleen tells us a story about a place called Munchtown, where everybody always eats everything around until everything's gone and they must find another place to live. So they find a real town where Tim lives. Interesting. Because also, I loved this story. They're also one of my favourite stories they added to Hi-5 Favourites, just to let you know, guys. Excellent. Love it. Yeah, that was probably my favourite episode, Boom and Beat. But let's talk about this other episode next. So the last episode this Songs of the Week is Games and Sports. So Kelly practices Taekwondo. Charlie finds different ways to say thank you. Nathan and Tim ride horses made of gumboots and broomsticks. Then Charlie pretends to be a fancy Spanish dancing horse. Yeah, I feel like most of these segments in this episode was taken by Five Alive, which I really liked how they took a different concept to the DVD, but it didn't sound exactly the same as their theme song, and the harmonic was different, and the melodic was different, but otherwise it was still cute. But yeah, anyway, then after that, Tim plays reggae music for a soccer game. Charlie pretends to play football. Kathleen makes a clever game to play along with Kelly. Charlie plays hopscotch, musical statues, and a hide and seek. And we have to guess what she's playing. Awesome. Then Nathan tells us a story about a girl at a farm. She gets bored because there are no children to play with, but a duck takes her to her duck friends to play the Duck Olympics. Yeah, I felt so bad for this story, and it's so cute. And let me read this trivia. This was the Hi-5 episode. That was the 100th episode. So season 3, episode 10 was the 100th episode that Hi-5 produced. That's crazy. The 100th episode. Wow. And I felt like they didn't really do much special, and that should have happened with Charlie's Picnic, actually. I'm a bit pissed off about that now. Maybe that's why they did it, but they did it in episode 9. Why didn't they do it in episode 10? Nah, that's not good. How episode 10 was just about games and sports. That doesn't scream a 100th episode. Doesn't make any freaking sense. Nah. But yeah, anyway, my favourite Hi-5 episode of this Songs of the Week was definitely Foods and Charlie's Picnic. But the reason why I put it down in A, not as much as S, was because there were just some things that didn't stand up to me. I don't know. And the dynamic was a bit also too forced for me. Like, I don't, like, also have to keep explaining it, but I felt like there were some things that should have been compromised properly once again. But at least they stood up to the theme. At least they knew what they're doing, so that's fine. But I still love one of these songs lyrics. I give it an A. It's not like I would think of it as an ultimate thing, but I still give it an A for that. Speaking of perspective, though, let's go up to the next Hi-5 Songs of the Week. So Opposites Attract is... Oh, I love this Songs of the Week as well. I'm also going to put it in A. Yes. So... Yeah, so I'm gonna put it in A. Yeah, so the next Hi-5 episode, I'll tell you why I put it in A. So the next Hi-5 episode is perspective. So Kelly shows chat sign language that people who can't hear or speak use. Wow, it's really good. Sign language was also included in the songlet in the Boom and Beat album. Very interesting, I love it. And also in the sharing everything with you, I think the activity book. Very cute. I know all of the activity books, so I have most of them. Yeah, so that was also including the fourth activity book, share everything with you. Very cute. Then Charlie makes some signs. Nathan shows us the differences between the day and the night. Then Charlie gets up along with the sun and then goes to bed. Tim learns to play the drum kit. Then Charlie finds some easy or hard poses. Kathleen has some smooth things, but swaps them for rough things. Oh, come on. That is perspective, though. That's too much. Then Charlie moves in a smooth way and in a jumpy, bumpy way, too. Oh, there are a lot of opposites. That's pretty good. Then Kelly tells us a story about a boy who loves boats. He finds two tugboats and believes they are the biggest boats ever until a bigger ship, Nathan was the biggest ship, arrives. So yeah, so that's brilliant. Love it. Okay, so guys, let me just tell you what a sign language is. So sign language, also known as body talking, is a language used to communicate with any deaf people by using their hands instead of their voice. That's so sweet. That is so sweet to help with this educational purpose, and I love that. So cute. Yeah, that's really good. I'm very happy about that. Makes me so sweet. Then the next episode we got is Inside and Outside. I love the opposites themes, but it's probably again too forced, but which I'll tell you again later. Yeah, so the next episode is Inside and Outside. So Kathleen tries to bake muffins, but Drop makes it impossible. What do you mean Drop makes it impossible? That's crazy. That is way too crazy. That's crazy. Nah. Then Charlie pretends to cook sausages on the barbecue. Nathan looks for a place to hide some balloons. Charlie pretends to be a balloon floating in the air, but then a bee pops her. Ah! Oh my god, sorry I had to scream because that's crazy. I hate getting stung by bees. Then Tim plays a tick-turry. What? Sorry, sorry if I'm pronouncing it right or wrong. Sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong. So Tim plays tick-turry. No. How do you pronounce it? I think that's how you pronounce it, yeah. Sorry if, hopefully I'm pronouncing it right. Hopefully I am. So, Tim plays, Tikturi and becomes a snake charmer. Ooh, okay. Then, Charlie says words that start with S. Then Kelly and Chats make a snowman. So, also the snowman song that was in, the album of Boom and Beat. Cute. Then Charlie turns a box into different sorts of houses. Then Tim tells us a story about a girl who finds a magic bottle and a genie inside. Nathan was a genie, in fact, another funny genie. He grants Charlie's 3 wishes, and she decides to go inside of the bottle, which was a stinky genie. Sorry to be rude, but it's a stinky one. Oh my god. Okay, so let me just give you some trivia. So the Tikturi, also called the bean and the punji, is a wind instrument played by snake charmers on the Indian subcontinent. Oh, that's good to know. So yeah, so the next episode is very basic title. It's called Size. So Nathan plays with a spring, and then he pretends to be one. Cool. Love springies. Slingies. Then Charlie stretches and shrinks her body. Kathleen builds a little house out of sticks and discovers its big shadow. Charlie dances with her hand shadow. Tim plays a trombone and builds one for Kathleen. Sorry guys, some noise in the background again. Okay, sorry guys, I just had some stuff in the background happening. And I had to adjust my chair and go on. Okay. So yeah, Tim plays a trombone and builds one for Kathleen. Cute. Then Charlie pretends to play a trombone and a trumpet. Then Kelly and Chats find different ways to call a small and a big ball. Nice. Yeah, enormous, teeny weeny tiny, yeah. Then Charlie tries to jump as big as she can, and then she moves her nose and blinks. Then Nathan tells us a story about a girl who visits her grandma, and they find Kathleen's jumper when she was a baby. But she doesn't remember that time, so they travel back in time. Oh, cute. So we're going back in a different place, series 1 vibes. Excellent. In a different place, in a different place, in a different time. Sorry, this is one of my favorites in series 1 as well. I don't know. It does feel catchy. So yeah, that was size. That was the episode size. The next Hi-5 episode is Feelings. Yeah, I liked the episode too. So Feelings is next. The next episode. So Nathan imagines a topsy-turvy or upside-down world. Ooh. Then Charlie imagines a topsy-turvy world too. She also does the same thing. Then Kelly makes a clay glass, and her hands get dirty. So she washes them. Yeah, don't get covered in muck. Then Charlie pretends to wash her hair and brush her teeth. Charlie pretends to wash her hair and brush her teeth. Then Tim sings a love song expecting someone to fall in love with him. Oh my god. Oh god. Then Charlie pretends to be a peacock shaking her feathers to find a friend. Then Dr. Kathleen finds a way to make a sad elephant feel better, just like a psychologist. Wait, is that it? Psychologist. Just like a psychologist, yeah. That's cute. That's really cute. Then Charlie has got an itchy body, but she can't reach for a spot on her back. Ah, you need a back scratcher then. My god. I think she did get a back scratch at one point. I forgot. It should have said that, but that's okay. Then Charlie tells us a story about a boy who has got a puppy. Yeah, he has got a puppy, but she escapes, and Nathan goes looking for her along with her father until they find the puppy in the middle of a pond, sitting on a turtle. Oh my god. Cute. Yeah, love that. Okay, let's go. Yeah, love that. So let's go on to the last episode, Movement. So Kathleen practices the waltz, and Drop turns the music slower and faster. Charlie pretends to have a music box in her hands, mouth, and eyes. I was about to say ears, eyes. Yeah. Then Nathan becomes a racing car driver. Charlie waves the checkered flag for Nathan's race. Tim and Charlie pretend to be birds of fire, which I did find that emotional songlet. That's why I didn't like that much. Like, I don't know. It was also including Magical Treasures. I did point that out right now. Then Charlie pretends to be a flying fish. Then Kelly dances to chase the grumpiness away, but she makes Chats feel grumpy. She made Chats even more grumpier, which is not good. And I didn't like the dynamic. I did not like how they went through that direction. That's why it made me upset. And I was getting into it. I didn't want to. I'm sorry. I don't know. I felt bad. But Chats, I wanted to feel bad for Kelly, but she started. I'm sorry. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I felt like she was grumpy about something. I have to watch the episode again, but whatever it was crazy. I don't know. Then Charlie dances up high dance, and Charlie dances the up high dance and the down low dance too. Then Tim tells us a story about a girl who has a music box with Spanish dancing dolls. She makes them dance the whole day long, and they get tired until she goes on a trip, and they have to stand still for a long time. Ah! I hate when you have to stand still and someone comes back. And that is like shit. I'm sorry to say that, but like that's shit. Oh my god. I'm so sorry about that. Like, it is like crazy to me. That's craziness to me. Like, it sounds foolish as well when you come back from it. Sorry about that, Justin Chair again. Oh my god. Sorry about that again, guys. I don't know if you heard everything again from the background. Sorry about that. Then Tim tells us a story about a girl who has a music box with Spanish dancing dolls. She makes them dance the whole day long. She makes them dance the whole day long, and they get tired until she goes on a trip, and they have to stand still for a long time. That sucks though, like, because as I just said, I hate when you have to stand still until someone comes back, and that is ridiculous. Like, I don't know. And it was probably one of the most basic sharing stories they've probably ever done. But, you know, what can you do? What else can you do? So the reason why I put it in also in tier A, in A tier, was because everything was just too forced. Also, just like the Bib and Beat songs of the week. So that's the reason why I put it in A. But overall, I still loved the songs of the week. Opposites Attract. And the theme was called Opposites. Um, yeah. Opposite. It should have been called Opposites. Opposites, same thing. Same thing. Yeah, I don't know what my favorite episode was. My favorite episode was probably the I don't know actually. Sorry, let me just look back into my favorite episode. Um I don't know. I felt like my favorite episode was probably Inside and Outside and Size because I felt like it gave you childhood memories. So I like Size and Inside and Outside. But I love them all, but I loved especially those two. I loved especially those two. So that's the reason why I put in A tier, because it felt the same and it was a bit too forced as well, but at least they captured the theme well, and they had some really great ideas, so I was happy with the songs of the week as well, Opposites. Yeah. Boys and girls, welcome back to more Hi-5 ranking of the songs of the weeks again. Let's try and continue what we went on through last time. In the last part. So I don't know actually what my favorite Hi-5 episode was on that other songs of the week. This last songs of the week that I just talked about, the opposites. Yeah, my favorite episodes were Inside and Outside and Size, I think. But otherwise, I love them all too, in particular. But yeah, especially those two episodes stood up to me. So, the next episode, no, actually, wait. The next songs of the week now, is Friends. Um, which is actually one of the best songs Leaks have probably actually ever done. I'm gonna also put it in A. There were some things also didn't stood up to me. I would put in S, but I'll also tell you why. Um, yeah. Okay, so the first episode of the Songs of the Week is Differences and Similarities. So Kelly introduces her friend a mouse. And Charlie pretends to have a mouse, a caterpillar, and a butterfly. Cute. Then Kathleen is going to a party, but she needs to wear something she has never worn before. Interesting. Then Charlie dresses up with her friends' costumes. Nathan has got cardboard friends for each Hi-5 member, and he finds out how different they are. Yeah, and I think he also did the same thing in Series 2, but I think it was different. It was cardboard, like colored cardboard, I think. I don't know. Then, yeah, he absolutely did something like that again. It's crazy. Then Charlie imagines how it would be if she was made of cardboard. Tim has fun with his dog, Jock. Then Charlie tells us about different kinds of dogs she knows. Then Tim tells us a story about a girl who likes to look at her reflection in the mirror. Not on the mirror, reflection in the mirror. But once Charlie dreams, her reflection becomes her shadow. Oh yeah, I love this freaking sharing stories. These were one of my favorite sharing stories ever of Series 3. It is crazy. Like, like you just let mirror like this. Like, I absolutely love it. Yeah, this was probably one of my favorite episodes so far, and I haven't even talked about the 4 episodes yet. So yeah, the next episode we got is Sharing and Caring. Wait, hang on a second. Okay, yeah. So the next episode is Sharing and Caring. It's sort of giving me like Sharing with You vibes, but you know. So Nathan rescues Kathleen's elephant by helicopter. Charlie pretends to go on a rescue mission. Kelly and Chats find words that rhyme with bear, like their friend. And they should care. I just found a rhyme. Then Charlie pretends to be a teddy bear. Nathan fixes Tim's guitar, but he doesn't know. And Kelly and Kathleen try to make him play another instrument. Yeah, so he doesn't know. They can't find his guitar, but that's okay. Then Charlie pretends to play a guitar and the drums. Kathleen bakes a banana and blueberry cake for a friend. Oh, delicious. Yum. Then Charlie pretends to be a cake being baked. That rhymes as well. It's crazy. Then Kelly tells us a story about a girl with 3 pets, a cat, dog, and a bird. but they were never friendly until Nathan has an accident, or until the cat has an accident, and the other two pets must do something about it. Yeah, this story was a bit chaotic, to be honest. Like, I don't know. I felt like they shouldn't have comprehend what had to be done, but I'll take it. It's fine. The next episode we got is Unusual Friends, and this does get unusual. To be honest, it does. So Tim finds a jazz piano. Nathan wants a jazz piano. That's sad because nobody wants to play jazz anymore. Yeah, I know. I get the feeling. Then Charlie dances to the jazz rhythm. Then Kelly draws a friend on Nathan's foot. Then Charlie has got happy feet. Nathan turns some rocks into friends and they make a rock band together. Charlie lifts up some rocks. Yeah, Charlie lifts up some rocks and she turns them into a friend. Drop Drop gives Kathleen a book and she wants to give him a special gift too. Nice. That's really thoughtful, very cute. Then Charlie bops up and down like a friend. Then Nathan tells us a story about a girl who wants to play, but neither her mother nor her puppy can. So an imaginary friend, Tim was out like her imaginary friend, kind of, sort of, appears to take her to outer space. Yeah, I mean, this is also really chaotic, but like, I don't know. Anyway, the next episode we got is making new friends. Caveman Nathan makes a new mammoth friend of rocks. Then Charlie turns her mop into a friend. Brilliant. Then Kathleen packs clothes and building blocks to travel and meet her baby nephew. Oh, cute. That is so cute. Then Charlie imagines how she would. Okay, look, I can't even talk today. I'm sorry. Then Charlie imagines how she will get to meet a friend. Okay, so as an example, buy a plane, a scooter, or buy a boat. Yeah, something like that. Then Nathan sings about shapes. Again, why are we adding fillers? So that we can get another distraction episodes. Please stop adding fillers. They're not even needed. We want something new. And we've already seen them. Like, that's enough. I don't know anymore. Then Music King Tim makes a new musical game. He calls his royal subjects, to play with him. Then Charlie says everything in a very important way. Okay. I wouldn't say it's important, but that's fine. But okay. Then Kelly makes friends out of ice cream sticks and patty cake papers, and Chats meets them. Cute. Then Charlie makes her elbows meet themselves, her knee and her other knee and her foot with her ear. Oh my god, that's a tongue twister. That's a lot. But yeah, lots of body parts. Then Charlie tells us a story about two kids. They are very shy to greet each other until it starts to rain and they stick together. Yeah, I like that. It is pretty a little bit engaging and it's funny. So the last episode this week is Fun with Friends. And speaking with Fun with Friends, as that exact name of the title, Hi-5 Series 11, which I didn't really grow up with that much, that was their first DVD called Fun with Friends. But I just don't really care that much, to be honest. I'm sorry, because I just didn't grow up with them. It was too different and like they weren't giving any of the same energy like the original. I mean, they tried hard, but they should have tried even more harder. But I don't want to be rude, but you know. So yeah, this last episode, yeah, that's what thought to me right now, so that's why I talk today, you know. So this last episode is Fun with Friends. So Kelly and Chats ride a bike to the park and the beach. Then Charlie takes really small steps. Jim. I can't even talk today, oh my god. Then Tim shows Kathleen a happy face, a sad face to Charlie, and an angry face to Nathan. So all the different feelings. Again, inside out reference, but yeah, lots of feelings. Lots and lots and lots. By the way, Inside 2 was a really cute movie. It was such a great movie and it was so emotional. But the first one, to be honest, was even more emotional. I don't know. Then Charlie shows how she dances to happy, sad, and angry music. Yeah, see? Then Kathleen puts photos of the Hi-5 band in frames. Then Charlie draws a funny, friendly face. Then Nathan builds a cubby house and makes a secret cubby club handshake. Then Charlie builds her own cubby house also, but with Tim and Kathleen as walls and Nathan as a door. Yeah, I love this Charlie segment because I felt like this was actually from somewhere, but it's a shame that this was only from an episode. And I think people have seen this on TV because This is all I can think about from Charlie singing Series 3. Because I don't know why, it's just giving me a fever dream. Like, like, like it's a childhood, I don't know. This was probably the only segment from Charlie's series, most of them. And I don't know why Kelly didn't appear to be something. That's a bit disappointing. I can't take that away from the segment. I really don't want to take this away from the segment. But why didn't they add Kelly in it as well? That's a bit disappointing. That really ticks me off. That pisses me off a lot now. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good how Charlie just gets her own segments, but with Kelly not even getting added much makes it much more worse. I really don't get it. Um, yeah, nah. Anyway, then speaking of Charlie, Charlie tells us a story about a girl who finds a lost roll of sticky tape, a lost sock, and a lost building block behind the sofa. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that is a lot. Okay, let me just read this treatment. So in Australia, Nathan called it a comedy house or a comedy club. In America, they call it a fort for the fort club. Yeah. In the UK, they call it a den for a camp club. Yeah, so there's a lot of different words from 3 different accents used in the UK, the US, and Australia. That's interesting, yeah. Yeah, that is interesting. So yeah, the reason why I put it in A tier for Friends was because I felt like everything was a little bit too chaotic for me. Nothing was going much as being friends, if you know what I mean. Instead, they weren't building as a friendship. Instead, they were like just talking about feelings, and I didn't like that. It's not what you think. Don't worry. Yeah, but they weren't really going as a friends theme, so that's the reason I put in A. But otherwise, it's still giving me a friends vibes. Yeah, and it was too chaotic. So that's the reason why I put in A tier. But my favorite episode was probably making new friends. I liked that episode. That was really funny. And it was engaging. I love it. But otherwise, I love them all. But making new friends was the funniest. Yeah, I love it. I love fun with friends as well because of Nathan's segment. I liked how everybody else came into the segment, and that made me much more happy and engaging. And it was much more enjoying than that. I love it. Okay, so the next Hi-5 songs of the week is I Can Go Anyway, so pretending. So pretend. Um, yeah, yeah, I'll also put in A tier. I really also love this songs for the week. Yeah, I really actually like this also songs of the week, but again, it just didn't stood up to me. I also wouldn't put it in S tier that much. It's same with the other ones. But like, I don't know. Just Rain Rain is the only songs of the week that really didn't stood up to me. Like, I don't know why. I don't know. Sorry guys, maybe again. Anyway, then the first episode of the songs of the week is Someone Else. So Nathan pretends to be a cowboy, so round them up. And same with Charlie's segment. Um, they it's not only saying in the Hi-5 Hits album, but also obviously in the Boom and Beat album. So yeah, I really liked that. I really, really did. I really liked that. Cute. Um, yeah, but everybody else sings it in the Boom and Beat album, which it creates a very different adaptation. I don't really like that, but you know, beggars, whatever, beggars and choosers. So Nathan pretends to be a cowboy. Charlie pretends to be a cowgirl. Yep, same. Then Kelly chats wear Indian saris and pretend to be Indian princesses. Oh, that's so cute. I love how they go and talk about in a different region rather than just what they've known already, which is a good thing. Then Charlie dances like an Indian person, and she does, however, the same thing in Series 7. That's all I can think of right now instead of this one. This one's the only one I can't remember because it was a different, like layout, like, you know, but that's okay. At least it gave me a little fever dream memory, which is cute. And I keep saying that now, but it is what it is. So then after that, after Charlie's segment, so Tim pretends to be a rock and roll star. So rock and roll was also a segment in, not only it was also adapted, not only it was in adaptation in the Boom B album, obviously, but also it was in the Playing Call video, and in 2006 it was performed by Hi-5 intro, so the opening of the Hi-5 Dances Volume 3. So everything that they were doing was from the third series. So, which is a good thing. I liked how they took the adaptation instead of taking from another series. Because I felt like, again, if it was from Series 1 or even Series 2, I would have liked it even more, to be honest, from those dance hits. But I love all of those three dance hits trilogy in particular. And they were also about to do a fourth one, which is a bit of a shame. We got it cancelled for dance hits, but however, we did create remakes. So yay, you can go watch the rodeo. Oh yeah, Elvis Presley does make a little impression of that. Thank you very much. My God, that's really funny. And Charlie rolls on the floor. Kathleen pretends to be a phone operator. Yeah, that was also the songlet in Series 3. Yeah, that was cute also. I really liked that. But that's so weird. Tim and Nathan, they sing it with her in the album. Again, that creates a different adaptation. Now they are getting to the same situations where they've done the last two seasons. Please stop doing it. I don't like, and leave it as it is. And I don't like that now. Like, I don't know. By the way, yeah, I liked that segment. Then Charlie pretends to hear a phone ringing and she looks for the correct phone. Then Nathan tells us a story about three dress-up dolls in a kindergarten. Kathleen was from Polynesia. Kelly's from Japan. Charlie's obviously from Australia. They meet a new doll, Tim from Scotland. Yeah. I love it so much. Really cute. Yeah, everything was kind of really overwhelming, but I love it overall. Okay, so the next episode is something else. Kelly dresses up like a skeleton and Chats gets scared. You don't need to be scared, that's part of the body. Then Charlie dances like a crocodile. Kathleen pretends to be a puppet. Charlie also pretends to be, well, a baby puppet. Charlie pretends to be a baby puppet, a child puppet, and a grown-up puppet. Oh, that's really cute. 3 different stages of growing up growth. Then Tim plays an African drum that seems to talk. Then he pretends to be a talking drum. So Mr. Drum, wow. Yeah, I also really liked that segment. It was also in the album of Bim and Beat. Really cute. Then Charlie pretends to be a talking drum too. Then Nathan pretends to be different tools from his toolbox. Charlie pretends to saw a plank of wood. Then Kelly tells us a story about a girl who visits a library and finds a joke book where Tim, the joke teller, lives. A nursery rhymes book where Charlie, a little Bo Peep, lives, and an ancient history book where Nathan from ancient Rome lives. Yeah, I love that. I loved how this sharing stories was much more engaging, and it took me to the story. The other stories didn't, I'm sorry. Like, I don't know. Those were also probably one of my favorite stories from Series 3, actually. Probably this one and the Reflection Mirror with Kelly and Charlie. Those... yeah, nah. Those are one of my favorite stories ever. Those are one of my favorites. So yeah, the next Hi-5 episode is pretending to be animals. Kathleen pretends to be a cool cat, making a cool cat drink. Yeah, that was also in Playing Cool. That's all I can think of right now as well. Yeah, really cute. Then Charlie pretends to be a tiny kitten who's just been born. Nathan pretends to be a spider in his spider web, and I can see the thumbnail from the episode. Yeah, I really love it. Then Charlie pretends to be a spider too. Tim Liferman pretends to be frogs speaking Spanish. Then Charlie pretends to be an egg, a tadpole, and a frog. Kelly pretends to be a rhino that knows everything. Yeah, so she tries to be a rhino. Then Charlie pretends to be a rhino, stomping her paws and stretching her neck. Then stretching her neck, yep. Then Kathleen tells us a story about a koala and a kangaroo that try to make a kookaburra laugh. Ah, 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 ah. What kind of laugh is that? Oh my God. Yeah, nah, but that's funny. Oh my God, yeah. Yeah, I like the too. Then the next episode is our adventures. Just adventures, basic, but yeah, still cute. Nathan pretends to be a knight rescuing Princess Kelly. Then Kathleen goes on a treasure hunt. Charlie makes some treasure shapes using her hands and arms. Tim tries to play the bagpipes, but it's hard for him, so he pretends to go to Scotland. Okay, then Charlie dances like a Scottish person. Kelly and Chats pretend to be fairies and they grant wishes. Charlie pretends to be a fairy too, and she sprinkles some magic dust. Then Charlie tells us a story about a pirate called Captain Puffy Pants. His parrot says his pants are silly. His parrot says his pants are silly, but Pirate Nathan helps him to not get stuck until they race together against Captain High Note. So Kathleen was Captain High Note. Oh! Oh my god, that's so funny. Yeah, again, I don't know why Charlie only had 3 seconds. Again, very disappointed about that. Not happy about that. Anyway, yeah, I liked the episode as well. Then last episode, the songs of the week is Fantastical Pretending. Chats guesses sounds of different vehicles, and Kelly pretends to be a floating, driving machine. Yeah, nah, that is a lot of info, but yeah, you get it. We get this picture. You get the idea, you know. Then Charlie pretends to be a fantastic dancing bobbing machine. Again, more information. Nathan makes a long dancing dragon. Charlie pretends to be a fantastical creature. Then Kathleen pretends to be a magician and practices a special magic trick with the help of Job. Then Charlie does warm-ups before performing a magic trick. Then Tim pretends to be the keeper of the night stars. He helps shooting stars, the whole Hi-5 band to get back home. Yeah. Then Charlie sings about a shooting star. Then Tim tells us a story about a boy who wants to lose his tooth to get the tooth fairy to visit and finds a way to trick her and her helpers. Do not trick your teeth. Please do not do that. I was really going to love the sharing story, but now I don't because of that dynamic. I didn't like how the dynamic was used once again, and I didn't like also how, I don't know who thought of that idea to try and trick a teeth. They could have done something else to compromise. I don't know why they went with that. Nah, that's a bit rude. That is so rude to take from another fairy, and that is very rude. Especially when kids lose their tooth, they're going to want to trick, you know, for example, their parents. Don't do that next time. Now you know for next time. Please do not do that. And then you feel bad. You bet you have to feel bad. Absolutely. That's not good. No. The reason why I put in A tier was just because also this was too chaotic for me. This Songs of the Week was a little bit overwhelming and like it was like a silly overwhelming. I don't know, but yeah. Otherwise, I still also really liked this Songs of the Week. I put him from an A tier. Yeah, there were some things I just found some very overwhelming. Lots of things got through in, and you know it is what it is. My favorite episode was probably Pretending to Be Animals. That one was sounding very cute. I liked that episode. I love them all, but I really liked that one. Okay, so let's talk about another Songs of the Week now from Series 3. Let's get to work. So we're working Inventions. So Inventions is the next Songs of the Week. Oh, very interesting. But to be honest, I'm sorry. To be honest, I really just didn't like the Songs of the Week that much. I just don't know why. Because kids wouldn't really want to work, and I know that sounds bad for me to say, but it's true. Also, I do find this not really finding the fun and learning. That's the reason why I put it in C, but I'll also tell you why more later on. Which it's a shame because I really liked some of the themes and stuff they got through in here, but I just didn't like the execution. But I'll tell you why soon. So let's talk about it. So at least Invention's not the only bad one. They've had two like other ones that weren't really, it's just bad adaptation. So I don't know. Yeah, like the adaptation was just like bad. So that's why I put it there. So by the way, yeah. So let's talk about the first episode of the Songs of the Week, Travel in Space. Nathan rides a bicycle, a unicycle, and a tricycle. Charlie jumps on a pongo stick. Kelly and Chats watch the stars through a telescope and they find shapes in the stars. Then Charlie pretends to be the girl on the moon. Then Tim drives his ute to arrive with the Hi-5 bush band and play together. Hi-5 bush band, yeah. I guess it does sound ring a bell because it's also from Five Alive, which I really liked. I think it was from Five Alive. Yeah. Then Charlie rolls and spins a wheel. Then Kathleen tidies up her clothes inside her wall. Some pictures help her to know where each thing is. Then Charlie finds Kathleen's socks. Then, Kathleen, why can't you even find your socks? Charlie doesn't have to find them for you. She might as well have even just got 3 segments instead. I don't know, not mean to be rude, but Charlie would have just, that was unnecessary, you know, but it's fine. At least you got 4 segments out of the way. But I would have rather just lay off 3 segments. If that wasn't needed, then. Oh, pardon me, guys. Sorry, excuse me. Had some food before. Then Kelly tells us a story about a girl who invents a spaceship out of junk. She invites her brother, and they go together to outer space looking for a place to have a picnic. They find a person from Planet what? Planet Policious. Planet Policious and the intergalactic Litter Queen, a space rubbish collector. Nah, that's too much. That gives out a lot of information. So guys, if you just want to know what a UP is, it's an abbreviation for utility. I think that's how you pronounce it. It's a term usually used in Australia and New Zealand to describe usually two-wheel drive, traditionally past vehicle in a cargo tray. So it's basically like a small truck that is called a ute. That's basically a small truck, but it's different. Planet Pollutus. I don't know how to pronounce that now. What? Nah, this story was way too silly and funny. I really can't. I'm sorry. Nah. Then the next episode is Homes and in the Community. Yeah, it is good to learn about the community, I guess. So Nathan shows us different kinds of clocks. Then he pretends to be a giant clock. Charlie pretends to be an alarm clock. Kathleen makes a little spaceship and builds another one, like the first one, but bigger. Yeah, guess that makes sense. Then Charlie pretends to be a spaceship. Tim carries a fridge and sells icy treats for everyone. Oh, I love Tim's segment in this episode. I'll probably give it that, though. Then Charlie pretends to be an ice block. Kelly will give her friend some cakes, but she thinks about how to decorate them. Then Charlie makes letters with her body. Soon we'll be able to read, I love you. That's a really cute message. That's such a cute message, Charlie. Really cute, yeah. Then Tim tells us a story about 2 children that try to wake up their sister. Then try everything, like bringing the cat and making a new invention. They do try everything, but nothing will work. I can tell you that now. Only a feather will work and tickle you. That's it. Oh my god. Okay, so by the way, Kelly's segment in this episode, they do sing the LOV love song. LOV love song from series 1 all the way back, which I love. Overratingly lovable. Very cute. The next Hi-5 episode is Fun Inventions. Sorry, put my phone aside because my hand's getting tired. Sorry, I just want to say this to record again. Okay, so the next Hi-5 episode is Fun Inventions. So Tim and Nathan play the didgeridoo, making animal sounds. Yeah, I love this segment as well. Then Charlie pretends to be a kangaroo, an emu, and a wombat. Kelly and Chats blow beautiful bubbles. Yeah, everything was also adapted in Playing Cool. Loved that a lot too. Charlie pretends to blow bubbles also, but also candles and balloons. Charlie pretends to blow bubbles, candles, and balloons. So Nathan and Tim play the Chinkle Winkle game, where they have to guess which hat on the other one is going to put on. Then Charlie and Kathleen play the Chinkle Winkle game too, but they play by putting their hands on their heads, cheeks, or shoulders. Yeah, that does ring a bell. But didn't they also did that in Series 4? Because that's what all I can think of right now instead of Series 3. I'm sorry, but it's giving me Series 4 vibes now. Not Series 4 vibes, like Series 4 thoughts. I'm sorry if those are my thoughts, but it is what it is, you know? But I like the Series 3 versions too. It's not that I don't like him, I just thought it was just Series 4. But I didn't know it was in Series 5. How could I forget? Then Kathleen learns about scales and builds a seesaw using a plank of wood. Charlie becomes a seesaw, a swing, and a slide for her cuddly toys. Cute. Then Nathan tells us a story about a girl who wants to be a hairdresser, and her beautiful haired aunt, yes, accent, oh my god, gives her a magic comb for your hair, so she starts practicing it with her friends, practicing it on her friends, yeah, and she starts practicing it on her friends, yeah, cute. Love that. Oh, during sharing stories, Tim reads Hi-5 magazine about summer rainbows. I want that magazine. I just talked about that. I really want it. No, I'm so jealous right now. That is so rare to find it in a Hi-5 episode. Please, please tell me if someone's got that magazine. I don't think someone will have it, which is sad. But please let me know. Please let me know, cast, what happened to the magazines. Oh my god. No, everything is too funny from Hi-5. They hide things and then like nothing's gonna happen. Please find more rare archive because we need them. Oh my god. Okay, so yeah, that's really funny. Like I can't. Oh my god, that's so funny. I can't. Okay, so then the next Hi-5 episode of the Songs Week is communication. Kelly and Chad learn about Braille language. Yeah, that is really good to learn. I like that skin as well. I really do. Then Charlie shows how she feels using her body. Then Nathan plays with the puzzle. The pieces are about media. That's interesting. That's different. Then Charlie sings about communication. Tim and the Hyper Band sing a different note for letters from A to G. Yeah, so there are music notes from there, and piano or whatever. And Charlie does a different move from each letter also from A to G. Kathleen makes a sign language with pictures to communicate with Kelly. Yeah, I love that segment as well. This was probably my favorite episode of the Songs Week. I don't know. There was a lot of stuff happening. I probably really liked this episode a lot in the homes and the community. Yeah. Then Charlie makes sign language with her hands. Then Kathleen tells us a story about a scientist who'd like to talk to a fish. Then she gets it and meets an angelfish, a seahorse, and a whale. Yeah, and this was also included in Playing Cool. Love that. Oh yeah, in Kathleen's segment with Kelly also, they wear their Rain Go Away outfits, which was just based in the same series, which is so freaking crazy. Love that. Yeah, I love it so much. Yay. Sorry I keep banging the table, I just like get so excited for things. Yeah. Yeah, I really liked this episode a lot as well. Then the last episode of the Songs Week is Fantasy. Um, Kathleen makes a traveling machine out of rubbish. Charlie pretends to be forwards, backwards machine. Kelly finds a way to play lots of instruments at the same time. Charlie plays the castanets, a tambourine, and the cymbals. Tim and Kathleen make a music merry-go-round. Love that. Charlie pretends to also be a horse on a merry-go-round. Nathan makes a dream guessing machine and he tries it on Kathleen. Nice. I love that. That's pretty good. Then Charlie had a dream about dance land, you could say. Then Charlie tells a story about a town with a no-shoe store, a grumpy man, a shy girl, and a gardener. Find a new store with somebody never seen before, and she sells them magic shoes. To be honest, I didn't like what happened in the sharing stories because nothing happened to the lady afterwards as a character, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I didn't like that. And maybe not like the episode even more. I just don't know why. Um, yeah. I actually have two favorite Hi-5 episodes. I really liked the communication one in the homes and in the community episode. I really liked those episodes. But to be honest, I'm still gonna leave it to C tier because nothing was just really catching my eye, and only two episodes did. I really wish that those two episodes were in other songs of the week instead of. I feel like in this exact songs of the week, um, I don't know why they would want to make work into a thing, as that's the reason why I wasn't really feeling it. So I put it in C, which I mentioned at the beginning, and it was just some things I didn't really thought as much would happen, but yeah, a bit disappointing. Um, it's just nothing wouldn't have catch my eye. I don't know. I'm sorry. If you guys wanna fight with me, please don't fight with me, because this is just a ranking. Okay, we're all different. I know I love Series 3, but they shouldn't have just made some things better, especially with that last story I just talked about. That's a lot. Yeah, I really don't know anymore. So let's go on to another Hi-5 songs of the week now. So yeah, that is inventions. Okay. Actually, can I go back for a second? Sorry, guys. I actually really like this songs of the week as well now. Like, I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna at least move it in B because you know what? I'll make an exception. I didn't mean to put in C tier. I'm gonna at least leave it in B tier at the top of the other ones because there were some things I actually really liked in this songs of the week, but it was very chaotic. So sorry to change in the last minute, folks. But yeah, I just kept thinking last minute. I just felt bad for this songs of the week. I know work wasn't really a plaything or theme, but I just really loved. I just can't stop thinking about the songs of the week as well. Like I don't know. I really did. I'm sorry. But yeah, Inventions is going to change to C tier to B tier now. Sorry about that. Oh my god, I'm so sorry about that. But yeah, that's what happens when you want to change things. Yeah. So before I finish up this video, on this part a little bit, I'm just gonna talk about one more, for now, one more Hi-5 songs of the weeks. So let's go to Treasures, Buried Treasure, yay. And speaking of buried treasure, I really hope someone can find some rare archive, please. Okay. Yeah, yeah. I really liked this songs of the week as well, but again, nothing really didn't really stood up to me, to be honest. Like I don't know, like it's just exactly the same as Let's Get to Work songs of the week that I just done now, like this. I don't know. At least leave it there. So Nathan pretends to be a what? A play a paleontologist. Sorry, guys, I'll be back. Paleontologist. So Nathan pretends to be a paleontologist. That is a long word. That is really long. And makes a dinosaur bones puzzle. Nice. Charlie says the bones names. Then Kelly brings some flowers, but they make Chat sneeze. Yeah, so she's allergic to them. I felt bad. So they find a flower press to keep the flowers. Yeah, that is wonderful. Then Charlie's roses are whittling. Sorry. Charlie's roses are wilting, so she finds how to keep the petals. Yeah, so they keep falling down. I didn't like that. Then Timmer's got an amazing sound collecting machine. He can put different sounds together and turn them into music. Yeah, that is good and thoughtful as well. Then Charlie collects different movements in her mind. Kathleen counts how many trophies, friendship bracelets, and crazy hats she's got. Yeah, I loved this Kathleen segment. I don't know why. I just loved Kathleen's segment in this episode. And it made me like this episode actually even more. I don't know. Then Charlie dances to get a trophy. Tim tells us a story about a girl who loves sports and collects posters of her favourite sports stars. A gold medal swimmer, best cricket player, and gymnastics champion. And the gymnastics champion. And one night Kelly dreamed about the sports stars coming alive. And this will also playing cool. Yeah, these were also one of my favourite stories. Love that. Yeah. Then the next Hot episode is. Wait, did I talk about? Wait, what? Oh my god. Oh my god, guys, did I just skip one episode? Oh, I'm so sorry. What? Did I miss talking about one episode? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I am just so attached to that last songs of the week from putting on last minute into this. I'm so sorry that this was a mistake for me. Shit, oh my god, I'm so sorry. Shit, I'm so sorry. So sorry. Okay, I am so sorry again, guys. I'm gonna have to again. Why? This is what happens. Like, mistakes happen. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Oh god, I've just made mistakes now. You know what? I just really loved that Ella Hot for the last songs of the week. I don't know. I can't, like, stop thinking about that songs of the week. I don't know. It just gave me a lot. Okay? Inventions was a thing. Okay? Inventions, like, I know work, it doesn't sound good, but you know what? You gotta work this out. I just couldn't stop, freaking thinking about this songs of the week. I'm sorry that this is a very messy video now at the end, but Whenever you're going to change at the last minute and you think about something, you do it. I just really want to make that STR and put it in inventions, put it in STR. Yeah. Absolutely. I'm going to leave inventions there. I don't know. That was probably my favorite songs from Series 3 now. Yeah, sorry. That's probably my favorite songs of the week now. And yeah. So guys, sorry I kept making mistakes in this part. I'm gonna talk now in the next part. Bye. Had to do that, sorry. Hello boys and girls, I'm Willow. Sorry about that last part that I just mixed up everything and I missed accidentally. So sorry about those mistakes. I accidentally was talking about the next hot songs of the weeks, which was Treasures. Um, I accidentally missed one talking about one episode behind, and I'm so terribly sorry about that. So incredibly sorry about that. And what I also missed in the Let's Get to Work songs of the weeks, also I finished talking about for them anyway. But I don't know why the first two episodes of the Invention songs of the weeks, the Invention week, I really don't know why they switched Kathleen's and Charlie's segments up from Travel in Space episode and the Homes and in the Community. Why are they doing that? Because I really liked those episodes, so they just messed that up. Nah, I didn't like that. Didn't like that at all. Nope. Uh, it's not that I didn't like the things. I didn't like how they mixed that up. Nope. But anyway, yeah, that is so confusing. That doesn't make any sense, and I don't know why I didn't do that. I was just explaining all the segments to you guys. So sorry about all the mix-up. Let's start. Go away, ad. Let's start talking about the next songs of the week now. And I'm so sorry also for changing so much for the tier for the Let's Get to Work songs. There was just some things I absolutely really loved the Invention songs of the week. I looked back in the episodes and I really love them a lot. I don't know. See what happens when you're going to change something, then you put it up all the way up. And I haven't had a good Series 3. So I really liked that. I really liked that songs of the week. I really liked the Inventions one. And as for Treasure songs of the weeks, I don't know. Unfortunately, it wasn't giving me as much Treasure vibes as it would be, so that's the reason why I put it in B, but I'll still explain all of the episodes again to you. Yes, the last episode talked about fantasy and that songs of the week, which I don't know why they call it fantasy, but yeah. So yeah, I just really loved the songs of the week, and I put it all the way to S tier, and I don't know why. At first I just didn't really like what I put in C tier, and that's what I thought, and then nah, I was wrong. But we all make mistakes. But yeah, I really liked that Songs League also. When I first put in C tier for that Songs League, I just thought, nah, this wasn't a good Songs League because I know it was a workable, like playable thing, but nah. This was turned into fun and everything was engaging, just smile, like I love it. Yeah, so yeah, and I haven't had a good Series 3, which was really like bad, so that's why I put in ST also, and it's specifically that one. So yeah, sorry to wasting time talking about it, but nah, it is what it is. So let's go up to the next hyper songs of the week, which you all been waiting for, sorry about that. So the reason why I put in B is just nothing much was catching my eye, being a treasure, like, able moment. Nothing wasn't like treasure moment, like, I don't know. Only probably one episode stood up to me, but I'll read you guys everything else. So the first hyper episode of this Songs of the Week is Finding Treasure. Kelly and Chats learn different dinosaur names. Charlie pretends to be a Larphosaurus. That's funny. Then after that, Kathleen rubs the teapot and has 3 wishes, while Drop pretends to be a genie. So she does, however, sing the 3 wishes from Series 2. Love that. Then Charlie puts bells on her fingers and flippers on her feet. Very silly. Then the Hot Man makes Tim to search for treasure, following the music. Charlie proves to us that we are treasures. Okay. Nice. Then Nathan makes a treasure map. Then Charlie follows Nathan's treasure map to get the treasure. All I hear is treasure, but All I don't think is treasure. I'm sorry, guys, to be honest. Then Kelly tells us a story about Captain Puppy Pants again. I saw that description again, yeah. Anyway, this time he races against Captain High Note. Oh, to get a treasure. So this is like almost a trilogy. It's crazy. Oh my god. To get a treasure, once they land on the island, they find two dogs that help them to find the treasure. I mean, all I hear is the word treasure. Treasure, treasure, treasure. It's crazy. And nothing stood out to me. I'm sorry. I am so. Nah, I'm sorry. Nah. Like, the more that they put and give you the same thing, the more you wouldn't like it. I'm sorry. Okay, so by the way, then the next Hi-5 episode is collecting treasure. Before it was finding treasure, collecting treasure, and they don't think anything creative in the songs list. That's the reason why I put it in B. Nah, actually, you know what? I'm gonna switch from Let's Get to Work, and I know I was gonna stick both of them to B. I just didn't really like this songs, like how the adaptation was, and I know they tried following up to the theme, but everything was just pretty messed up and nothing stood out to me. So I'm gonna switch Treasure to C tier. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry if you guys are rude about it. Please don't take it out on me. This is just a ranking, but nah. I just think that they should have done so much better, and they were just weren't creative in the songs league. So that's why I put it in C. They didn't have any good creativity. It was just throwing out treasure, which is for all for nothing. I'm sorry. Nah, no. So by the way, the next Hi-5 episode before was finding treasure, collecting treasure. So Nathan pretends to be, which I tried pronouncing it. Oh my god, paleontologist. Paleontologist. How do you pronounce it again? Okay, so sorry. So a paleontologist. So Nathan pretends to be a paleontologist. So that's how you pronounce it. Paleontologist, and makes a dinosaur bones puzzle. Charlie says the bones names. Kelly brings some flowers, but they make Chat sneeze, which I did feel bad then. I know I said this all the last part, but I'm gonna say it again. Yeah, I did feel bad in that Kelly segment actually. I really did. And for Chats, I felt bad really, especially for Chats because she was allergic to flowers. Just like Kelly was allergic to chocolates, yeah, pointed that out as well, Neil. So they find a flower press to keep the flowers. Charlie's roses are wilting, not whittling, are wilting, so she finds how to keep the petals. I don't know why the roses they fall down, but they do, they are fragile. Then Tim has got an amazing sound collecting machine. He can put different sounds together and turn them into music. Charlie collects different movements in her mind. I wouldn't say it's collecting anything, but only Kathleen segment starts me collecting everything. But okay, Kathleen counts how many trophies, friendship bracelets, and crazy hats she's got. Yeah, I really liked that segment. Charlie dances to get a trophy. Wow. Then Tim tells us a story about a girl who loves sports and collects posters for her favorite sports stars. The gold medal swimmer, best cricket player, and gymnastics champion. One night, Kelly dreamed about the sports stars coming alive. Yeah, and this was also in Playing Cool. I love that. Loved that. Then the next Hi-5 episode is Creating Treasure. And they don't think, not only any of the titles creative, they don't think of anything creative. That's the reason why I put in CT, and I'm very disappointed about that. It's a shame because I really also loved the Buried Treasure Songs of the Week. But nothing stood out to me properly. I'm sorry. So creating treasure. So Kelly makes a sailing boat out of seaweed, seashells, and driftwood. Charlie tries to decide which is her favorite seashell. Tim asks the Hi-5 band what's their favorite instrument, and then makes a new one out of all of those instruments. Yeah. Then Charlie makes a new groove. Speaking of Ember's new groove, please don't make a reference. No, all I can think is Disney references, but that's definitely Ember's new groove for sure. Why? Guys, I'm so sorry about the stopped recording again. I was a bit like scared that the microphone wasn't on it and it told me it wasn't available. Sorry about the end of that stopped recording there. I was talking about this other Hi-5 episode, Creating Treasure. So Charlie makes a new groove. Yeah, that is funny. And the stupid freaking ad was taking me there and it accidentally stopped. Nah, I don't know why it did that. I'm sorry about that. Sorry about that as well. So then after that, her segment, Drop takes away Kathleen's treasure. Yeah, Drop takes away Kathleen's treasure box, and she makes a new one. Charlie shows us her heartbeat is a treasure, Yeah, now it's Boom and Beat as well, which is in this same series. That's craziness. That's crazy. Like, no! Oh my god, these ads. I'm so sorry, folks. And that's what happens now. I'm so sorry. Sorry about that again. Oh, that's really annoying. You know what? I'll leave it. So yeah, so she does apparently sings the Boom and Beat song. Then after that, Nathan makes some sculptures and sells them. Nice. Yeah, I really like that segment as well. Then Charlie pretends to be a statue. Kathleen tells us a story about a girl spending a holiday with her grandma, then a pelican, and a helmet, and a hermit crab helmet. And a hermit crab give her things to remember these holidays. Cute. Nah, that is very cute. Love that. Then the next Hi-5 episode is Precious Treasure. Guess that is pretty good, but they're not thinking anything creative, I'm sorry. Kathleen has lost her silver watch. Kathleen lost her silver watch and tries to remember everything she did to find it. So as she does trace her steps. Then Charlie is looking for something special. Kelly and chats match magnetic words with magnetic pictures. Then Charlie finds magnetic words with actions written on, and she does everything they say. Okay, awesome. Then Tim makes sounds with his body. Charlie shows us different ways to ask someone to be quiet. Nathan builds a city around railway tracks. And Charlie pretends to be a train and carries the Hi-5 band. Then Charlie tells us a story about a boy who has a broken leg on his birthday. Oh, I felt really bad. Yeah, that was the hospital one. So his mother and his neighbor visit him to surprise. Sorry, let me read that again. Charlie tells us a story about a boy who has a broken leg on his birthday. So it should have said in the hospital, but so his mother and his neighbor visit him with surprises of every kind, even a football player. So Tim was a famous football player visits him. That is craziness. That is really, wow, that's bizarre, but I love it. Nah, it's bizarre, but I love it. Okay, so, okay. Sorry, there's no more ads for that. Okay, so the last Hi-5 episode of this Songs of the Weeks is Memories and... Oh, the ads again. So the next Hi-5 episode is Memories and Moments. Memories and Moments. So Tim remembers his old guitar made of a box with the help of his grandfather. Cute. Then Kelly pretends to be Charlie's aunt, making a dress for her. Then Nathan makes a kite, just like the ones he used to make when he was younger. Charlie stands by a storm cloud, and it turns into a snowy cloud and then into a fair weather one. Oh! No, Charlie's signal was really funny in this one, and Kelly as well. Love it. Then Kathleen makes gingerbread man and girls according to her... Girls. I'm sorry, I got confused over it again. Then, sorry, I couldn't read it again. Then Kathleen makes gingerbread man and girls according to her mother's recipe. Charlie plays camp ball. Kelly made a memory book for chats, and they remember all the time they have spent together. Then Charlie pretends to be photos from the past. Then Nathan tells us a story about a silly family. The youngest daughter must take a video about her family for school, but neither her sister nor her parents stop being silly. I hate how you get a frustration and then you don't like that. That is really, yeah, that is annoying. But then after that, it was cute. Nah, that was really cute. Yeah, but nah, I was a bit disappointed with this Hi-5 Songs of the Week because all I could hear was the word treasure. Nothing wasn't creative, so that's the reason why I put it in C tier. But I was actually really wrong about the other last Songs of the Week. I actually really liked that Songs of the Week. I don't know why I left that in C tier because I thought it was just going to be the same Songs of the Week. But as I read through all the other episodes from Let's Get to Work Inventions Songs of the Weeks, I really liked that Songs of the Week. So, and I didn't even have any best series 3. So, yeah, I just really liked that one anyway. So that's what happens when you change your mind. You're going to put it up to S. But as for Buried Treasure, I just didn't really catch my eye. Just like series 2 now. I'm so sorry about that. Yeah, no, sorry about that. It's just like there was no good creativity, and the adaptation when the execution was just bad. Like All they can think was the same concept they would give you. It was just finding treasure, this and that. Nothing was happening, I'm sorry. Nothing was happening except that. Okay, I'm sorry. Nah. All I can think of them was in that song was nothing but treasure. And it was the same thing over and over and over. So yeah. There were only some segments in the episodes I like, but my favorite episode was probably I don't know what my favorite episode it was now actually. I don't know. My favorite episode was probably the collecting treasure one. I think, yeah. I liked that one. But yeah, nothing has like stood up to me. Like, I don't know. If you guys are not happy with this, go for it, but please don't yell at me, okay? Please don't take it out on this, but it's like I'm gonna leave it to C tier. At least I didn't put it in D, but you know, nah. You know what? I'm actually gonna delete this row because I'm not ever going to put anything there because I love everything from Hi-5 in general. I love everything, but I can't. That's what happens. Nah, I don't know. Okay, yes, that's why I put in CTR. There's no creativity. So, okay, so the next Hi-5 songs of the weeks is Mystery. So, I Spy. Well, okay, I'll put it in B, but nothing else has stood up to me in the songs week, to be honest, but it is a little bit better. They were having that little creativity back, so we'll take that. Yeah, I guess I'll take that. So the first Hi-5 episode of the Songs Week is Mysteries of Nature. Nathan learns about magnesium. Is that how you pronounce it? Nathan learns about magnetism, yeah. Okay, then Charlie pretends to be a magnet also. Well, no, Charlie pretends to be a magnet because he was just learning that. Then Kelly and Chats talk about a fantastic flying frog. I mean, that does give you a tongue twister, but yeah. Fantastic flying frog. I really am gone. Fantastic flying frog. Sorry, I really like that song. Then Charlie turns her hands into fantastic flying frogs. Then Tim hears sounds in a bushwalk and tries to identify where they are coming from. Charlie pretends to be a kookaburra smelling some sausages. What? 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 Are you kidding me? But it is funny, but what? Then scientist Kathleen wonders how to make the best sandcastle, and you do need to have a wet sandcastle, so that's the tip. Then Charlie pretends to build a sandcastle. Tim tells us a story about a caterpillar who wants to be a great dancer. A grasshopper and a spider advise her to buy some shoes at the bug store. She tries on different kinds of shoes, and this is giving me, again, a Bugs Life references. Why? Why is it always giving me a Bugs Life references from Disney? Is it around that Bugs Life, Inside Out, and Disney Groove? Why? No, that's too much. Like, I don't know. Oh, by the way, yeah, I liked the episode. Then the next Hi-5 episode is just called Detectives. Detectives is next. So Nathan discovers handprints all around his face and goes as detective to find who did them. Then Charlie wears different disguises to be a detective. Kathleen is going to dress up like an animal, and Job gives her some clues to guess which one. Then Charlie pretends to be a blue-tongued lizard, a crocodile, and a crab. Yeah. And she does sing so many animals. So many animals inside of me. So many animals and them free. Then Tim investigates the mixed up animals. He investigates the mixed up animals. So Tim investigates the mixed up animals. Charlie does the lion and tiger poses. Kelly gets a message with a magic marker that paints, or should I say, draws or colors the letter M. Then Charlie finds a piece of paper with 3 words on it: March, Monkey, and Mash. Yeah, so it does take you after Kelly's Signum, but it's, again, not creative, but I'll take it, it's fine. Then Kathleen tells us a story about a girl who lost the TV remote control, so she starts to ask her siblings some questions, and they find some paw prints that lead them to the dog. Yeah, so apparently the dog took the TV remote control. Okay, so then the next Hi-5 episode is Physical Mysteries. Kelly finds a laughing pillow and talks to Chats about different sorts of laughs. So that was also magical treasures, which was a bit... It wasn't really giving me magical treasures. Like, I don't know. Then Charlie tells us what happens when she smiles. Nathan imagines how it would be if we didn't cut hair or nails. What? Or even if we had a shell or a tail. What? I'm sorry, but Nathan's segment and even Charlie's segment does not make any freaking sense. That is silly. That is bizarre. That is absolutely bizarre. I'm sorry. That is absolutely ridiculously bizarre and crazy. Then Charlie pretends to be a naily, taily, hairy, shelly, and four-legged dragon. Nah, that's too much information. You gotta have too much information. That is a lot. You could have at least given me just a little bit of information, but that is way too much. Then Tim pretends to be a giant musician that plays giant instruments. Charlie pretends to be a dancing giant. Kathleen sets her own restaurant. Nathan is her first customer, and he asks for noodle soup, but Drop hides the spoon. I was about to say soup again, a spoon. Drop hides the spoon. Why? Then Charlie pretends to make pizza. Charlie tells us a story about a boy who gets the hiccups, her mother and Professor Hiccups, oh my goodness, that try to help him, but they get the hiccups too until the hiccups fairy arrives, and she does some magic. Okay, all I hear are hiccups in the story. Crazy. Like, just please, I can do this. Like, oh my goodness. Nah, that's really funny. I can't. Okay, so then the next Hi-5 episode is myth and fantasy. So like anything mythical, but myth and fantasy. It's like superstitious now. I think that's what it means. Superstitious. Myth and fantasy. So Nathan goes on a pyramid search. I mean, that's not really fantasy, but okay. Charlie does the lotus and cobra poses. Kathleen doesn't know how to dress up, so Drop gives her a puzzle to show her the right way. Charlie puts some gloves and a beanie on. Tim goes... It shouldn't have said Tim goes out looking for mermaids here. Tim goes looking for mermaids. Charlie pretends to be Cholula, the mermaid. Cal and Chats play I Spy using a picture of a magic forest. So they don't sing I Spy. I felt like they could have done that adaptation, but a bit disappointed with that, but that's okay. They did sing the other kid's song, but they shouldn't have made that adaptation, but that's okay. Then Charlie pretends to be a magical tree. Nathan tells us a story about a bunyip who never went to sleep. Her parents try to make her go to bed. Going to bed. Yeah, and the first idea they get is to take her to the bunyip marathon against another bunyip. So yeah, bunyip is a large mythical creature from Australian Aboriginal mythology. Said to lurk in swamps, billabongs, creeks, riverbeds, and waterholes. What? This is too much information. Like, we didn't need that much information. Why are we getting a lot of information? And by the way, what does a bunyip look like? I'm sorry, but a bunyip looks very scary. No. But I think they've done it in a cute way. But no. Why are they doing that for? So why are they making that compromise? They should have not done that. And it's so silly. They even did it all the way up to series 10. Like, that's too much. They should have not done that. But anyway, I don't know. That is a lot of information. No more info silliness for shit. I'm sorry to say that, but for God's sakes. Feet sakes. Then the last episode of Songs of the Week, which I actually liked. This was probably my favourite Hi-5 episode, to be honest, of this Songs of the Weeks. From I Spy, Fun Mysteries, and the Hi-5 Mystery. That's what the episode's called. So Kathleen makes a vegetable face. Then she gets a box with a note. Do not open until sharing stories. Yeah. And I love how the drama starts. That's why this was my favourite episode. Because I know a lot of people don't like drama, but I love drama as well. I know which is not good, but I don't care. I don't care. Then Charlie imagines that her body was made of fruits and veggies. Kelly plays a game about homophone words. Then Chats gives her a box with the same note as Kathleen's. Do not open until sharing stories. Yeah. Charlie does some feet workout. Tim and his space music band practice together. Then he gets a box with the same note as Kathleen and Kelly. So they are all getting the same box. They are all received the same box in this episode. Do not open until sharing stories. So why are they doing that for? Why are they making that compromise? They couldn't have just said, like, to not say anything again, but it's fine. Then Charlie pretends to be from outer space arriving on Earth. By the way, how come Charlie didn't get a box? Oh wait, maybe it was their last thing. Wait, hang on. Then Nathan follows some signs and they lead him to a box with the same note as Kathleen's, Kelly's, and Tim's. So why did they make Nathan's segment to follow a box? So why was that the whole point? I felt like it was better without Nathan's segment, to be honest. I get that his is about shapes and following to the box. I understand that. But it wasn't, I felt like it was such a blur because we didn't need to have that compromise. And I'm going to keep saying that now, which is annoying. But it is completely crazy that they still went on with that. Like, as we shouldn't have not got, but that's what happens when we get something else. But yeah, anyway, Charlie hops, skips, and jumps to get sharing stories, but she finds a box with exactly the same note as the others, so the exact same note. But this was pretty much the whole entire episode. All I can think about was them getting the same message in the box. Why? It wasn't about their segment even at all. It was about the segment, but nah, that was too much. That was too much information. I don't know. Then, yeah, nah, I don't know. Okay, so this is a lot to read sharing stories. So this sharing stories is different now. So yeah, so this is the first episode to feature Chats reading and sharing stories. I love that they got Chats into it because she does understand the assignment into getting them into, and they have the assignment, which I love that so much. You're like at school in class, I love the assignment, and the concept that they made Chats to read was brilliant. If it wasn't for that, I would have liked it actually, but I'm so happy that they went through that direction. That's why it's called Hi-5 Mystery. So that was the whole point of this episode. Yeah, I get it now. So, yeah, sharing stories. The Hi-5 band unwrap their boxes, and Chats tells us a story about a circus where the juggler can't juggle, the clown can't clown around, the tightrope walker is afraid of heights, the unicyclist can't ride a unicycle, and the ringmaster is shy. But one night they discover they can swap their jobs. Yeah, I didn't like how the sharing story, to be honest, was a bit like chaotic, and I wasn't really feeling it, to be honest, and it's a shame, because this was my favourite Hi-5 episode. Not because of the story, because of the segments. And it gave you a little bit of, like, a mystery, if you will, since then, like, if you will, yeah, nah, this did give me a mystery, but the sharing stories was just a little bit too overwhelming. I didn't know where it was going until they swapped their jobs. I'm sorry about that, guys. But I should be glad that this was still my favourite episode of the Songs of the Week. I love all the other episodes too, but this was my favourite one. And I'm not going to take that away, even the sharing stories. I'm sorry. But yeah, nah, the reason why I put it in B tier for mysteries was because I didn't have any feelings about mystery vibes. I only had some mystery vibes, so that's the reason why I put in B tier. But otherwise, it was decent. I liked this Songs of the Week as well. Okay. Sorry guys, be back. No one's calling. Sorry about that, guys. I just had to take a quick phone call. Sorry. So yeah, we're gonna talk about the last Hi-5 songs of the week I've actually really loved even more. This was probably the best that Hi-5 Series 3 has done. This was probably a good end, very good end to Series 3. So the next songs of the week is favorites. Wow. And this is actually my favorite songs of the week. You're my number one. Sorry about that, guys. So sorry about the cough. You're my favorite person, number one, number one. Ooh, always together, having fun, always having fun. Ooh, you're my number one, you're number one. And what the funny thing is with this Hot Fuzz song that Kelly always sang it on social media somewhere, and I really love that. But it's not a love song though, but it is a love song to send a message to someone. It's not like a love thing, but yeah, no, you can love this song, but it's not typically like you get what I mean. But yeah, favorites just my was absolutely the best songs like so I'm gonna leave it obviously in S tier. So they were only my best songs of the weeks. Definitely on my number one's my favorite. Then probably Let's Get to Work is my favorite from series 3. So the first Hot episode is People. I didn't like how they can go with basic titles, but luckily this is still my favorite songs of the week ever. So yeah, the first Hot episode now is People. Nathan pretends to be a truck driver. Charlie cleans Nathan's truck. Tim leads his little orchestra. They make the sound of a water stream. Charlie tries to lead an orchestra, but the orchestra seems to lead her. Police officer Kathleen finds a lost bag, and she must take it back to its owner. And Charlie pretends to be a police officer, walking and riding a horse. Okay. Then Callie and Chad pretend to be firefighters on a mission. Firefighter Charlie practices to get ready in case of a real fire. Then Kelly tells us a story about Captain Puppy Pants again. This time he does in an emergency similar. Wait, what? Wait, how do you say it? Wait again? Simulacrum. Sorry, guys, I'll be back. Simulacrum. Okay, that's how you pronounce it. Sorry about that. I just had to get Google search. So Kelly tells us a story about Captain Puppy. Oh my god, I can't even talk. So Kelly tells us a story about Captain Puffy Pants. This time he does an emergency simulacrum. Oh my gosh, if we're going to pronounce it again. Sorry about that, guys. Simulacrum. This time he does an emergency simulacrum along with Captain High Note and Captain Low Note. Oh. But his pants didn't let room for anyone else into the light boat. So they call a fashion designer of the seas, Charlie was that by the way, to make a change in his pants. Wow. That's crazy, yeah. So it's a good thing that we got a Captain Pants trilogy. I love that. Yeah. Yeah, because I really liked that story. Yeah, so then the next Hot episode is Animals. Kelly and Chats pretend to be meerkats. Charlie pretends to be a scary lion with a funny roar. Oh my god. Oh my god. Then Tim's puppies sing together and they become pop stars. Charlie pretends to be a pop star parrot. And a pop star parrot. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Carry my shake it, shake, shake, shake. When I make it. And a pop star parrots. Then Kathleen makes a pet using boxes. Then Charlie takes care of a kitten. Nathan talks about penguins and he dresses up like one along with the Hi-5 band. Then Charlie pretends to be a penguin and she does ice skating. Then Kathleen tells us a story about a well-behaved dog, Tim with his owner, and a not well-behaved dog with her owner. The two dogs meet each other and learn new things. Oh yeah, that is really good. Yeah. The next episode is games. Kelly practices surfing on land before she goes in search of a wave. I wouldn't say it's a game, but that's okay. Charlie warms up before going surfing. Nathan shows his favorite spinning tops. Charlie spins, jumps, and runs. Tim pretends to be a musical magician, while Kathleen is his assistant. Oh wow, okay. Charlie strums an imaginary guitar. Again, we didn't need any imaginary, but okay. Kathleen finds some socks and she hangs them in order to find a secret message. Then Charlie introduces a sock with another sock. Yeah. Yes, Kathleen finds some socks and she hangs them in order to find a secret message. Charlie introduces a sock with another sock. Then Charlie tells the story about four friends. On a rainy day, Kelly makes a silly crown and they do a silly dance to win it. I felt like the sharing stories wasn't going by as I thought it would. Like it was actually a bit silly, but yeah, it is what it is. Then the next episode is foods. This was actually probably one of my favorite episodes, not only from series 3, but specifically the songs of the week. Yeah. So foods is next. So Kathleen sets up a sandwich. I feel like I can't even talk. So the next episode is foods. Kathleen sets up a sandwich shop, and Chop Chop is the first customer. Charlie makes imaginary sandwiches for the Hi-5 band. It doesn't look even imaginary to me, but that's alright. Then Kelly and Chats decorate a beach birthday cake. Charlie dances the jelly wobble. Tim and the Hi-5 band cook a veggie soup. Charlie stirs with a wooden spoon, whisks eggs, and flips pancakes with a spatula. Nathan makes art out of pasta. There's just a lot of description. Sorry about that again. Nathan makes art out of pasta. Charlie makes a pasta necklace for Kelly. Nathan tells the story about three siblings who plan an unusual familiar restaurant, and their mother is the first customer. And what were their foods that they made? Because I want to go through that. So we got like hot pink rice, popcorn pizza, and bean ice cream. Bean ice cream. And they were laughing in the episode as well, which I pointed that out. I definitely did see that. And it's not even, they didn't even want it to make it a blooper. They should have, like, oh my god. But no, that's funny. No, that's really funny. This was probably my favorite episode, the songs of the week. And this was definitely my favorite episode, which was a really great finish to series 3. So the last half episode of not only this songs of the week, but this series of series 3, from my number one favorites, Celebrations. Tim's guitar is turning 5, and the Hi-5 band makes a birthday party. Charlie plans a party for her toys. Drop gives Kathleen fancy pants. Charlie dances in a fancy pants, fancy top, and a fancy hat. Nathan has been invited to a fancy dress party, so he has to find a disguise out of a sheet. Then Charlie pretends to be inside a cocoon, then she becomes a butterfly. Kelly takes Chats on a stroll through the park at night. Then Charlie pretends to be an owl looking for a party, Then Charlie tells a story about a galaxy called Good Times, Galaxy Good Time, and everybody there, Tim from Planet Party, and Nathan from Planet Tumble, and Kelly and Kathleen from Planet Bonbon. They're all silly names. Planet Bonbon are going to Planet Pinata to have a great party. Yeah, this was absolutely my favorite, not only episode of this Songs Away, but this was my favorite out of Series 3. And I'm so sorry again about the mix-up from Let's Get to Work, Songs a Week, the Inventions. I'm so sorry, you guys are going to think why I put this all the way up to S tier, because there were some things I just couldn't stop thinking about, and no wonder I didn't read everything of Buried Treasure until I went back, and luckily I did went back to that until you guys were going to point it out, until I would. It's crazy. But that's what happens when you think of something else and you like something else. And I really liked, and it's a good thing I just didn't like You're My Number One is the only thing, but also Let's Get to It was one of my favourite songs of the weeks. Yeah, but overall, same with Series 2, also only liked 2 songs a week particularly, and same with Series 3. Yeah, so sorry I moved that up on the last minute, from before on the last part. But you know what? It is what it is. I love that Songs Week as well. Because I had like too many feelings just for episodes. That's the reason why I put that up. And it was one of the best ones. So yeah. I don't even know why I thought about it. Would put it in C tier before. But yeah, silly me. I just thought it wouldn't be also creative or not really as good. But yeah, then I felt bad. I don't need to feel bad because it's a ranking, but You know what? I did, just for that Songs of the Week. Okay, so boys and girls, yeah. So that was series 3. So that's really good. Yeah. So that's this is pretty much all my ranking. I'm still not finished yet. I will be. This will still be to be continued. TBC to be continued. So series 3 is finished. Yeah, series 3 is finished, and I will go on to series 4 in the next part. Bye, guys. Hello, boys and girls. Welcome back. To more Hi-5 ranking of the songs of the weeks. So I did recently finish talking about series 3. Now let's go into talking about for series 4 now. So yeah, I'm so sorry about that. I'm never gonna stop apologizing, but you're all gonna be wondering why I just really mixed that up for that Hi-5 songs for the weeks. For Let's Get to Work. Because I don't know, I felt like at first I didn't like that songs of the week, and now I really like it now. Maybe I rewatched it and I really like it now. And as for your my number one, that's my favorite hype of that's happened in series 3, and then probably that. Well, I love both of them in particular. I don't know, but especially your my number one's my favorite, and then probably that. Because I don't know, I thought I wasn't gonna like Inventions. At first, I didn't like it, so that's why I probably put it in C tier. Then I put it all the way to S. So then I there was a lot of things that were engaging me, so that's why I did it on the last minute. Inventions and favorites. So yeah, that is a lot. So yeah, now let's go and quit chat and let's start going to series 4. So wow. So the first hype of songs of the weeks is Inside My Heart, but it's Inside. Inside is the theme. Um, I really liked this songs of the week. Yeah, I really liked it. I'm gonna put it in A. I'm gonna put it in A tier. And I'll tell you why I didn't really put in S, because I felt like everything was really basic and not much was happening, but it was a kind of good start. It was a good start. But let's talk about the first Hot episode called House. House is first. The first thing that happens, Kathleen sings "You Can't See Me." So again, we are starting off straight away with the filler. Why are we starting off with the filler straight away? And that's already distracting the whole episode. Like you can't even enjoy the beginning of it, every moment of it. Like that's no, we don't need fillers. Okay, speaking of Kathleen again, Kathleen notices some nibbled fruit and she believes it was a mouse in the house. Yeah, Lloyd say that is a rhyme. Then Charlie pretends to be also a mouse in the house. Then Kelly and Chats furnish a dollhouse. Then Charlie sings about the bathroom. Nathan plays with the washing basket. He uses it as a house. Then Charlie pretends to be a snail. Tim makes sounds with his rocking horse, his clock, and his door with the bell on it. So yeah, the bell ring on it. Then Charlie tidies up her clothes. Then Kelly tells us a story about a girl who wants to play in school, but sometimes her classmates don't want to. So she finds a way where they can all play together. Yeah, I mean that is a good idea because that's anti-socialism. Like I don't know, anti-socialism. It's crazy. Anyway, yeah, I liked the episode, but I felt like it was too basic for me. I get it was about the house, but it was just rubbing in my face, just like what we got in the other songs of the week, similar. But like, I don't know. Otherwise I still liked the episode. So the next Hot Rip episode of the songs of the week is Special Places. Special Places. So Kelly sings Wordplay, and again, now we keep getting fillers now. Stop getting fillers. We don't need it like straight away. There are new fillers that we see at the beginning of the season, but they are just going to keep constantly adding it. We don't freaking need it. Anyway, You Can't See Me was all the way from series 2. We didn't need that from Kathleen again. That was just a remake. And then Kelly's, this is her segment from the album, from Celebrate album, from series 4, Wordplay. Wordplay, what do you say? Let's play a game we want to spend day and on every day. Now it's time for Wordplay. I forgot some of the words, but yeah, I know the beat to the song. I know mostly the beat. Okay, so speaking of Kelly first, so Kelly hangs around in her hammock while she finds words that start with H along with chats. Then Charlie hides under a table. Kathleen makes an indoor beach. Charlie... Don't tell me I said that, y'all. Let me read that again so you make sure it doesn't get caught like that, okay, in this video. So Kathleen makes an indoor beach. Then it sounds like I'm saying it, but don't think about it. Yeah, so Kathleen makes an indoor beach. Charlie feels very silly in her space. Tim feels very noisy and he plays his instruments. Charlie does some stretches in the space. Nathan makes a special... I'm talking way too fast. So Nathan makes a special place out of cardboard, but it doesn't have too much room. Charlie's hand likes being inside a glove, and her other hand likes being inside a mitten. So mitten is basically a glove, but much more smaller. That's what I can tell you. Without me reading trivia. So Nathan tells us a story about a girl who loves her bed because she can pretend to travel anywhere, like the jungle, where she meets a hippo, a toucan, and a jungle girl. Yeah, I really liked that. And my favorite part of it was she acts like Tarzan. Crazy. Oh my god. Oh. That's way too much. Please don't copyright that because it's just funny, okay? Not mean to be rude, but you know what it is. Please just don't copyright everything from that thing. But yeah, I know. Okay, so the next Hi-5 episode is Body. It's just called Body. So Nathan pretends to be a doctor and reviews Tim's bones. So he does sing Dr. Nathan in the Celebrate album also. Nice. Which is a good thing. We love getting introduced new segments in the albums. Songlets, yeah. I don't even know why they call it songlets there like that. But I like the sound of that. No! Guys, I'm so sorry about that again. I don't know why it's doing that, and I really hope I still have the microphone on. Now it's going to happen every time I get an ad pop up. No more freaking ads. No more freaking ads. Okay, sorry about that. Those ads were annoying. So Nathan pretends to be a doctor and reviews Tim's bones. Charlie's hands can't stop clapping and her feet can't stop tapping. Kathleen is ready to do some workout, but Jop makes a mess around his face. Charlie tests if her elbows and knees are joining. Then Chats gives Kelly a necklace with a heart shape, and there's a picture of Chats inside it. Inside my heart, there's a place for you, always and forever. Inside my heart. Yeah, a lot of people love this type of song, but it's a shame because I really wanted to put this type of not only with the songs of the weeks, I really wanted to put an S tier, but there were just some little things that didn't stood out to me, so that's the reason why I put an A, because I felt like everything was too basic for this kind of thing. It should have just been called places instead of inside places, I would say. You could say that, but yeah, you know, that's what happens. I don't know. And then after that, Charlie practices the high jump, but she starts to feel afraid. It's the Feelings song she sings from Series 2. So feelings go up, feelings go down. Lots of different feelings feeding round and round and round. Yeah, and that's cute. And Tim's machines collect sounds from inside the body, so he sort of did the same thing from Series 3, but now in Series 4. But I think it was a different concept of using that kind of sound machine. The other ones, nah, it was very similar. He did the same thing in Series 3, I can tell. Yeah, I guess he could put that again. Then Charlie pretends to be a rumbling tummy. Charlie tells the story about a professor and a doctor that go on an investigation about why the Yuck Yucks used to laugh too much. Yeah, the Yuck Yucks were like, kind of does ring a bell to it, but it's a bit silly. It does kind of want to make me laugh though, but I don't know why they would really compromise on how to really use that concept. I don't know why. I was confused by that. Yeah, the compromise was different. That's different, yeah. So then, okay. So then, last episode of the Songs of the Week is Head. Oh no, the next Songs of the Week, this is not the last Songs of the Week. Head is only the 4th episode. So again, Callie sings wordplay. We don't need fillers. Like, we don't need fillers. We just need to get straight onto the episode, and they're doing that now to really give us a distraction on something else. and it's giving us minutes to learn. I get that, but we are learning words from Kelly, but we don't need to get fillers just so we can get it on that first to get out of the way. What we really need to get out of the way are something new. Like, come on, that's too much. I've talked about this many, many times, and it's still going to never stop. I really don't get it. That is really annoying. Then Kelly tries on different kinds of ears. She tries on different animal ears. Then Charlie makes sounds with her body, trying to imitate sounds made by Tim. Oh, okay, that's funny. Then Tim, Kelly, and Nathan play the music that's inside their heads. Then Charlie does moves that come from inside her head. Kathleen is sick, so Drop Drop helps her with a recipe for a lemon honey drink. And I don't know why on this wiki fandom in this episode, I don't know why it's not blue highlighted, because she did, however, did sing that songlet from series 3, but it was in the album. That ruins the whole adaptation. The adaptation's bad, and I'm sorry I said that for that one of those songs of the week that we just got now from series 3. The adaptation was fine for that song's week, but this is making the worst adaptation now. Because if you're not going to use the same concept you would usually use, like a visual or something, that's not going to work out. Nah. But, nah, I don't know. Like, that's way too much. Yeah, nah. Then Charlie massages Kathleen's head. Nathan imagines being a superhero of a video game. Charlie pretends to be a Taekwondo master. Then Tim tells the story about 3 teeth that are always clean until a piece of spinach gets stuck between them. Yeah, I mean, that does get really ridiculous, but yeah. Oh, and I want to read the trivia because it's so sweet. So Kathleen was actually sick with her head cold while recording this episode. Oh, yeah, she does actually sound very sick. I felt so bad for Kathleen this episode. But she also sounds sick, not to be rude, but she, also to point out, she also got sick while we did, not while we did, while they did, Series 7, but I think it was only one of the first episodes, and I felt also bad for Kathleen there, which we'll get to later on. Yeah, it's not good either, but she was even more sick here. I felt so bad, like, yeah. Okay. So let's get on to the next song. It's not next song of the week yet. Not yet. The last episode of the songs of the week is Natural World. Natural World. So Nathan makes a little volcano. So his volcano is a thing. Not only Planet Earth had reused that song in their album, but also in the Celebrate album, obviously. Yeah, the volcano. Then Charlie feels fizzy after opening a bottle of bubbly water. And again, it should have been blue highlighted because it was a fizzy like songlet from series 2 that we got in It's a Party. So I don't know. Then Kathleen pretends to be a little kangaroo inside a pouch. Charlie pretends to be a big red kangaroo. Tim finds termites inside a branch that looks like a didgeridoo. Charlie imagines how a magical bush creature would be. Kelly sings wordplay again. Again, they are reusing all the fillers. And that is causing a distraction. At least it's not again at the beginning of the episode, but that is still creating a distraction. No more. That is way too much. And not only that, I know it's in the album, but they keep adding a filler in every single episode. They're doing the same thing as what they've done in Series 1 with Charlie's ABC. That is just getting a lot. That's a lot. I'm gonna always rant this every time let me talk about these guys. I'm telling you now. It's crazy. It's crazy. It is so bizarre. Chats finds a cicada shell, and Kelly pretends to be a cicada. Charlie pretends to be also a cicada, leaving her small shell. Kathleen tells a story about 3 animals, a slug, a grasshopper, and a bee, that always play together. A ladybird arrives and wants to play hopscotch with them. But Kelly can't hop. But a slug can't hop, and she gets sad. Yeah, I didn't like how also the conversation was happening in that as a story. I didn't like how the discussion that they were kind of having a little bit without the slug, and then except the ladybug was very rude, and then that's why the slug got rude because of that. Like, and it's not good. I didn't like the interpretation of that. Like, I don't know. Yeah. Well, overall, I love Inside My Heart from Series 4. High 5 is one of my favorite songs in Series 4, but it's a shame because the whole Songs of the Weeks together, I really wished I would have got to put in S, but there were actually some things which I'm not going to change my mind, but at least I left it in A tier. It is one of the best Songs of the Weeks, but not really as ultimate as I thought it would be because I felt like everything was left out in basic, obviously. Nothing was interpreted properly and compromised. Like, I feel like that's, people are going to be confused what I'm saying, but no, it isn't. I know what it is. Yeah, and I'm sorry, but at least I put an A tier. It's still one of the best good ones. So, yeah, that's the reason I put an A tier, because I felt like everything was so basic, and it's, like, boring. Like, I don't know. But no, otherwise I love it. Otherwise I still love it. I don't mind. So let's go up to the next Hi-5 songs of the weeks now, called Outside, which is an opposite from Inside. Now called Outside is the next theme, which I really get what they're trying to do. I love the pattern that they are making. Speaking of patterns, Move It is the theme pattern. But I love how they are making a pattern that it's inside a theme for the whole week and then outside is the next thing. But I don't like how they are not thinking again creativity. And speaking of creativity, they do use that in Give It a Go now in this series, and also as well as Reach Out. But I don't like how the creativity, it's the same. It doesn't make me feel like having a creativity. When you're thinking of inside and outside, I don't know, I don't know if you guys know this, but to me, it sounds exactly like that. And I don't like that at all. That's not good. And it's like, it's not creative. Anyway, let's talk about this next songs of the week now. Um, to be honest, I didn't really was feeling this songs of the week, to be honest, but I'll give it a B and I'll tell you why afterwards. So let's talk about the first Hot Rod episode, Garden. So Nathan skips a rope and then he makes a picture of skipping ropes. Charlie pretends to skip a rope, skip the rope. Then Kathleen plants some yellow and purple flowers. Charlie pretends to be a flower seed turning into a flower. Tim makes a song for a frog about how a frog egg. Oh my god, I can't even talk. So Tim makes a song for a frog about how a frog egg becomes a tadpole and then becomes a frog. Okay, that is a lot of information, but I need to tone it down a bit. Then Charlie swims like a frog and a duck. Kelly takes care of a little garden that's full of baby tomatoes, lettuce, and carrots. Then Charlie pretends to be a cob of corn growing, so she does sing However the Grow song from Series 1. But it's not to be confused from Growing Up Series 8, which is going to be way later on. Way later on. Later on, yeah. So, yeah, but no, not to be confused with the Grow from Series 1, yeah. So Charlie just did sing that though. So speaking of Charlie, Charlie tells us a story about a boy who visits his grandfather's garden where he meets a scarecrow, a bird, and a fairy. I mean, yeah, I felt like I didn't really like this story that much because everything was too overwhelming. And speaking of another overwhelming story, which I'll get to it soon, hopefully. Yeah, nah, but the sharing stories was way too fundamental and overwhelming for me. Like, that's where it gets fundamental and it's crazy. I don't know. Then the next, yeah, that's where it gets bizarre. Then, the next next Hot Rod episode is Beach. Beach. So Nathan practices for a surfing safari at the beach. Then Charlie plays frisbee. Then she pretends to be the frisbee. Then Tim and Kathleen paint the waves according to their sound. Then Charlie pretends to jump over the waves. Kelly and Chaps are sitting on the sand, watching everything and finding words that start with S. Then Charlie puts on some sunscreen. Kathleen tidies up her beach things. Charlie enjoys a lazy summer day. And I feel like it is from Series 3 in that album in Boom Boom Beat, which I felt like they should have interpreted in already Series 2, I believe. But whatever, it's fine. Excuse me, sorry guys. Then Kelly tells the story about the Forgetful family once they went to the beach. Mr. and Mrs. Forgetful unpack everything, and they got proud because they didn't forget anything, but their children just wanted to go swimming. Yeah, they just want to go swimming. That's it. Yeah. I was happy about that. Wait, why are there some errors? Oh no. I just read some trivia. Yeah, I felt bad with that little error. That's okay. Yeah, I like those episodes too. So the next Hi-5 episode is outdoor games. Callie makes a tricky skipping rope game. Is it the Ready or Not? No, it's this is her own songlet, her own new songlet they introduced in the Celebrate album. John Kelly done this, give me arms out wide, tightrope. Yeah, that was that song. In also in the home video of High Energy, yeah, that's really good. Yeah, so Callie makes a tricky skipping rope game. Charlie skips a slithering rope. Sorry guys, camera. Then Tim and the Hi-5 band step over some stones, singing a song at different times. And Charlie jumps from flower to flower. Kathleen sings You Can't See Me. So again, it's a filler. We don't need a filler. Kathleen makes an obstacle course indoors, but Chop destroys it, so she makes one outside. Then Kathleen made an obstacle course for Charlie. So that was her segment. Yeah, no, that was Charlie's segment. So Nathan collects some tins for a cash bang knock 'em down game. Nathan collects some tins for a crash bang knock 'em down. I feel like I'm getting tongue twisted. So Nathan collects some tins for a crash bang knock 'em down game. Yeah, sorry about that. Then yeah, it's funny. Then Charlie pretends to be an old tin can. And Kathleen tells the story about Nathan's toys, a princess stuck in a sandcastle. A royal guard tries to rescue her from the dragon. Yeah, and I feel like now it's giving me Shrek vibes now, but no. I was just thinking like because of the dragon now, that's why. Okay, so let's go on to the next Hi-5 episode now. The Great Outdoors. So Callie and Chad stare at a hummingbird and a cassowary from a treehouse. I think that's how you pronounce it, yeah. And then Charlie looks for a hummingbird and a cassowary. Or canary. No, cassowary. Then Nathan builds a water feature for Charlie. Charlie sings Under the Rain. Tim listens to the sounds while he camps, so it's music of the earth. So they did reuse that again, not only in Planet Earth, but it's in the Celebrate album introduced. Also, I really liked that. Also, in a home video of Seven Safari, yay. Then Charlie sets a camp. Kathleen dresses up like a snail. Charlie slides like a snail and goes like an elephant. Nathan tells the story about a girl who goes camping with her mother, but she doesn't let her daughter to sleep under the stars. Under the stars they meet a turtle and then they decide to sleep inside the tent but watching at the stars. Yeah, I love that sharing story. It's very cute and it's very like engaging, which I loved it so much. And it was so lovable. Like, I don't know, I loved it. I really loved it. I really love it so much. Then the last episode of the Songs of the Week is Outside Living. So Ranger Kathleen is on scene and sets up a picnic for her animal friends. Ranger Charlie takes care of a little pretended bird. There is a lot of blue highlights. So Charlie has a song called Little Bird in the Celebrate album. Same with Kathleen's Ranger Kathleen in the there is a lot of information in the Celebrate album, the Hi-5 Hits album also, and the Surfing Safari home video. That is a lot of information. Like, we don't need a lot of information, but okay, thanks a lot. That's really good. Then Nathan goes on an African safari and he finds different animals. Now, with this songlet, not only was I was happy this was also included in the activity book of Are We There Yet, and I just pointed that out now as well. I am also very upset with this songlet, and I'll tell you why. The adaptation came out very bad. They didn't give you a good adaptation, and it was very inadequate, because it was wrong. They let only Nathan to sing it in the series, however, Tim sang it in the album. That is the complete opposite, and I didn't like how they wouldn't really interpret They could have let both of them sing, and then probably try and interpret, do something. Like even Tim can be like, a little animal, or Nathan can be the animal. Why didn't they interpret that? Why didn't they try and do anything else? I didn't understand. Now you get to hear two different people from an album and a series. I didn't like how the adaptation was cut off. And that no, there it was really bad adaptation. The adaptation does not match and it's not good. And that actually makes me very upset. So instead of hearing this person, you get the other. And it's like the other way around. Nah, that's really like upsetting. That's just upsetting because you don't know what is happening, what this and that. Nah, again, that's just annoying. Like, I don't know. Just like how only Charlie sang Sunscreen, the songlet from All the Way Series 1, only she sang it in the series. Like, I don't know. And then only Kelly, mostly Kelly, she sings it in, I think all the girls sing it as well, but no, I can only hear Kelly singing it. And I don't like how I don't like how adaptations do not match, and that's why it makes me not enjoy Hi-5 as a franchise. And that is just so rude. I don't know anymore, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm just talking like it's like I don't know. I don't like how things get different and then you get to hear the other thing that's different. That's not good. That is so indifferent. Anyway, I'm sorry for really snapping at you guys, but I'm not snapping at you guys, but I'm snapping at them because it's like they knew what they were doing. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm just taking a little break. So Nathan goes on an African safari and he finds different animals. Charlie goes on a safari through Congo. Congo, Congo, boom, boom, boom. Congo, Congo, boom, boom, boom. Now the monkeys in the trees. And something there's more to see. Congo, Congo, boom, boom, boom. Congo, Congo, boom, boom, boom. Yeah, I think that's how it goes. Then Tim climbs a mountain and listens to his echo. So, however, it's also in the Celebrate album, Yodel Echo. Yeah, I really liked that as well. Then Tim does exactly whatever Charlie does. Kelly and Chad sail to find a crocodile. And it's also everything, most of this was in Surfing Safari, because I can tell where they came from. I love that. Then Charlie sails along the crocodile country. Then Charlie tells the story about Captain Wacko, who goes on a silly expedition to the silliest Australian town along with his friend Silly Billy. They both walk in a silly way, skip a kangaroo. And Skip, a kangaroo advises them to normal walking, but they just want to stay silly. And once they arrive, they meet an inhabitant from that town. Yeah, nah, to be honest, this sharing stories was way too chaotic for me. Way actually too silly. And I have to agree with Kathleen being the kangaroo. I would rather be on her side, try to be normal, but not at least be like silly normal. But that is way too silly. Nah, that is way too silly. It is just silly. I'm sorry. Like, I can't. Well, anyway, guys, the reason why I put it in the B tier, I'm not going to change my mind for this one. I only did that with Series 3 from Invention Songs of the Week because I felt like I still had more feelings for that Songs of the Week versus to the other Songs of the Weeks I didn't. So, that's the reason why. But, yeah, nah. I just still had feelings for that. But for up to Series 4 going out outside of Songs of the Week, I have to say they should have done it so much better. There were some things I was disappointed of. I won't just tell you because then you'd be disappointed, but there were some things I was disappointed at. So that's the reason why I put it in B tier. So, nah. But you know what? That's what happens. That's shit. I'm sorry to say that, but no, that's shit. Anyway, no. I'm happy I still put it in B tier, so it's decent. It's still good. It's alright. I like the Going Out Songs of the Week, by the way. But the whole entire, message to give a theme, it wasn't enough. I know it was outside. It was definitely outside themed. I'll give it that. But I wasn't feeling it. I don't know. I'm sorry. When you go to Surfing Safari, it probably goes to a different direction. That's why I really like it, but not when it's just the episodes and it's not worth it. Okay, so yeah, but otherwise I love it. I'll put it in B tier. So next, let's go in the next hot of songs of the weeks now. Can do. So the one step forward songs of the weeks. Can do is the next week theme. So you can do anything. Well, you know what? There were also some things I was disappointed. I'm gonna leave it there as well. I'm sorry. I just like also wasn't feeling it. There was not much energy, and it was also chaotic. Nah, I'm sorry. Nah. But it's exactly like the last songs of the week now. I feel like only the inside my heart only got me. Like I don't know a little bit so far, but I'm never gonna put anything in S, and I'm so upset because that's shit if I don't put anything in S, and that's just I might as well not even do this at all. So I don't know. But I might as well still go on while I'm still recording. So let's go to the first episode of the Songs of the Weeks, trying something new. So Nathan paints with his foot and dances with his hands. Charlie paints with her feet. Kathleen practices juggling. Charlie practices bouncing ball. And then Kelly sings wordplay again. Then Chats reads a book on her own for the first time with a little help from Kelly. Yeah, that's really cute. But yeah, that was cute. Then Charlie crawls to the mall to buy a ball. Yeah, I liked how Charlie's segment was sort of a rhyme after their segment. I really liked that because if it wasn't Charlie making a rhyme, I'd just be bored with it. But otherwise, no, I don't mind. I really love it. Then Tim attends the Hi-5 marching band trial, but everyone has things to do, so he tries to do everything on his own. I mean, that is overwhelming. No, that is not good. I don't like how they only got Tim to do everything instead of everyone to be in it. That's why he does the music, he does this whole entire segment space, but instead they wanted to really throw that out just for him. And I don't like where they're went in direction here. That's not good. Then Charlie pretends to play a drum kit and Kelly gives her a real one. Then Tim tells the story about a girl who can't remember which is her left hand and which is her right one. Her sister, her friend, and her dancing teacher help her to get it, which was a disaster because I kind of felt it was a disaster because you would know what's your left and your right hand. Obviously, I'm touching my left now and I'm touching my right. You guys probably won't see me tapping my hands, but you know, like that's confusing. That is really confusing for kids. Like, why would you do that? Left and right, left or right. Nah. But that's what happens. Otherwise, I still liked the episode in particular. It's fine. Then let's go to the next episode, asking for help. Nathan builds a TP, but he can't do it on his own, so he asks Tim for help. Everything is asking for help. I get that was what the episode was called, but that was already getting too much information ahead. Then after that, Charlie asks Kathleen to play a three-legged running race together, which was funny. Then Kathleen invents a story and Drop helps her, giving her some ideas, which I feel like this episode was the funniest. I don't know. Yeah, nah, that's really funny. Then Charlie writes sock. That's it. Then Tim wants to play different instruments at time for a song, but he finds it hard, so he asks the Hi-5 band for help. Then Charlie's hand wants to clap, but it needs another hand. Chats wants to be a racing car driver. Yeah, Chats wants to be a racing car driver, and Kelly helps her make her own racing car. Yeah, to help. Then Kelly helps make her own racing car. Yeah, cute. Then Charlie pretends to be a wheel. Kathleen tells the story about a girl who decorates the Christmas tree by herself, but she can't decide for a place for a drummer boy, a Santa Claus, and an angel, so they come alive and ask her for a specific special place. Yeah, I liked that. It's cute. So guys, let me just tell you what a TP is. So a TP is a cone-shaped tent traditionally made of animal skins upon wooden poles. What? I don't like how that was descripted. I don't want to be rude, but that's disgusting. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just had to say it. It was absolutely disgusting. I'm not going to do that anymore. Nah. I just can't stop. Sorry guys, I was just thinking, I didn't leave my favorite episode for each songs of the week, so I absolutely forgot. I'm so sorry about that. Yeah, let's go. So my favorite episode. Sorry, I was just laughing. It's just the thing was so funny. Yeah, so I completely forgot to talk about the first songs of the week, Inside My Heart. My favorite episode was probably the Special Places one. Then the Going Out songs of the week with Outside is probably the Great Outdoors was my favorite songs of the week. Episode out of the songs of the week, but otherwise I love them all. Yeah, but those were two of my favorites. And then yeah, like I don't know. Why would they have to make a TP that way? Why would they have to make a TP out of animal skins? That is disgusting. I'm so sorry. I can't get over this now. Oh no. If I go watch the episode, maybe I'll understand, but I don't. Why would they have to like? They could have done something else with it, not TP. Like I don't know. Anyway, let's go to the next Hi-5 episode in a different way. So Nathan pretends to be the shape-shifting magician. I sound like I said magician. Let me read again. So Nathan pretends to be a shape-shifting magician, and he makes different pictures using the same shapes. Then Charlie makes shapes with her body stretching. The Hi-5 band leaves a big heart for Tim, a big harp, and then tries to discover how to play it. Here, then Charlie does the slipper slide. Feeling Bipsky. I knew it was that. What the heck? I knew it was that song there, but that's really funny. What? Then Kathleen decorates a cake with strawberries and blueberries. Why do they say blueberries and strawberries? I get like how you pronounce it, but that's stupid. I'm sorry. Let me say it again. So Kathleen decorates a cake with strawberries and blueberries, just like another one, but Chop takes away the fruit, and she finds another way to decorate the cake. Here, while it's out, whatever she's gonna do, sounds delicious. Sorry about the background there, guys. Then, yeah, whatever she's gonna do sounds delicious. Absolutely wonderful. Then Charlie tries to carry a piece of cake for Kathleen without dropping it. Oh, that's also delicious. Then, Kelly dropped a cake and she gets angry. But she tries different ways to stop her anger. Yeah, I felt so bad for Kelly in this episode, I will say that. I felt so bad because I think that did actually show her real emotion, which should have said also in the trivia week if but I think it was just to act, wait for a segment, but no, I felt so bad. And Chats also didn't know what to do because she didn't want to, like, annoy Kelly being upset. Not as annoying her, but like, nah, I felt bad. But I didn't want them at the end to make another cake. She worked hard on that cake. That's upsetting. That is actually, it really is upsetting. When you're going to make like cupcakes or anything else, for example, and then they don't turn out as good, or you drop them, it's a sad day for you. I'm sorry. Like, I don't want to like be a party pooper, but if it does happen, you're going to have to make more. Or even order more. Like, I don't know. Then Charlie shows what she does when she feels grumpy and happy. Yeah, she does do something after that. Then Kelly tells the story about a boy who loves his messy bedroom, and when his dad asks him to tidy it up, he finds a funny way to do it along with his sister. Yeah, I liked this episode too. And then the next episode of the Songs of the Week is... sorry about the background again. Sorry about that, guys. Just the background and adjustment. Okay, so the next Hi-5 episode is I Can Do Anything. I Can Do Anything. Kelly can do the can, the twist, the cha-cha, and lots of different dances. Charlie can do the kick and the jump. Tim likes the funky punky music, but he doesn't know that his friends like it too. Of course they love it. This was actually one of my favourite segments that Tim's done from Series 4, and it's so funny. And I've actually feel so upset with this segment. I'll tell you why. Because I actually really wanted this to not only be a songlet, which they didn't include in the Celebrate album. I'm actually not only upset about that, but in the Hi-5 DVD game that we did upload, yeah, you can watch that now also, because I'm surprised no one has uploaded that. which is not good. The Hi-5 DVD game was another DVD offside media, which was rare, which is really, really rare. And I'm surprised no one showed it on the video, YouTube, or whatever. But anyway, I'm upset with the Hi-5 DVD game now because they didn't show exactly of Tim's segment, only with Charlie's Funky Punky segment instead of Tim's as well. That's not good. Like, I didn't like what they done, but instead they just shoved Tim's other segments instead of that one as well. They could have done at least added that along with the rest of whatever segments they add as well. And that's not good. Because I think the company from the Hi-5 DVD game was from Imagination, however, but it was also made in the UK. But no, I don't care what they had to do for that now. And it's whatever's done is done. I don't know. But they shouldn't have included. What I'm even more upset about is probably that now, the Hi-5 DVD game, that they didn't include Tim's Funky Punky segment just as a little playable, like, disc thing, whatever, like, to play it, and nah. And it's also not as a song in the album. Very upset about that. But no, Charlie always gets a spotlight. It's never about all of them including her. It's always just her. Like, I don't know. That's why she has so many segments. That's why they never include her in things, and that's why she gets her own spotlight. I get that she has this body movement by herself, but no, I don't like that. I don't like they only include hers and not Tim's as well with everyone. But by the way, I love this segment a lot. It's really funny. So then after Tim's Funky Punky, Charlie pretends to be also Funky Punky Rocker, which they only include her in the DVD game and not Tim's one. That's why I'm upset. See? Then Kathleen's got a job about fixing everything. Charlie's got a stiff shoulder and she rolls them. Nathan pretends to dance around the world. Then Charlie pretends to go to the jungle to swim under the sea. It's the I Can Go Anywhere song, I think, yeah. Because it was blue highlighted again. That is the I Can Go Anywhere song from Series 3. Then Charlie tells the story about a girl who tries to train her dog. She asks her mother and brother about new tricks for her dog to do. Yeah, and I felt like the story was so basic. Nothing was happening. I get what they're trying to do with the direction of the story, but you know what? The adaptation, it should have been done properly, and it's compromised differently. But otherwise, I liked how what they tried to do with the dog, but it was too basic for me. I'm sorry. Nah. But at least I don't. Otherwise, I don't mind. I still liked that whole entire episode, including story. So the last Hi-5 episode of this Songs of the Week is I Can Fix It. So Kelly has got Super Nathan's costume with letters SN on it, and she becomes Super Nelly instead of Kelly because it was Nathan's super suit. Instead of like Kelly, she called it Nelly. You can actually even make a letter. Why didn't they do that before? I don't know why they had to interpret to call it Nelly. Nah. I really don't know why they try to interpret differently to name her something else just because it's stuck on the costume. They shouldn't have made it with cotton or fabric again and just do something with it. Not just, that's really lazy. That's really, really lazy. Like, usually a superhero is not lazy, but nah, it is. I'm sorry. I liked the segment, but not when it's just the same letters attached on when Nathan wore it before in the Songs of the Week. I don't know. Then Charlie flies with a super cape. And no, Charlie also wore it, I think. She also wore it. So how's Charlie going to have a name with, like, she can't be called Charlie if it's SN. What would happen if she wore it? I know she only wore a K, but what would happen if she were to wear the outfit as well? What would happen, folks? Let me think. She would be like, wait. She would be like Gnarly. I'm sorry. And it's so funny. Like, Gnarly. That is just sorry, guys. I can't get stopped into thinking about that now. Nelly, Nathan. I'm sorry. Okay, so then after that, Kathleen makes a duck farm, but Chop takes away her little ducks. Charlie plays with farm animal toys about a pig stuck in the mud. Then Tim says, Tim says he can make a song about anything for Kelly, shows things for him to sing. Then Charlie makes a dance around breakfast. Then Nathan tries to build a tower using boxes of different sizes. Then Charlie builds a house using her hands, arms, and body. Then Nathan tells the story about a girl who meets a funny bunny. There you go. So the funny bunny story, yay! Also, the funny bunny got the activity book for Easter, which was specifically Easter themed, and I was so happy about that. Yay! And he grants, so the funny bunny, and he grants wishes using his hats. Then Kathleen's friend, so Kathleen, like for example, and her friend's sister appear, and they ask for wishes too. Yeah, I love this story, not only because of that too, but because of this as well. That's where it came from. Wow, love it. So, the reason why I put it in B tier was because nothing really catched my eye. Nothing could really catch my eye. Nothing really caught my eye from really getting into... Like, I'm not too crazy, to be honest. I'm not too crazy also about the songs, we just like the other ones. But I actually do also feel kind of a bit bad, but... Yeah, nah, you know... But it's decent. I liked how they went with the theme, but everything was... Like, I didn't know where this whole theme was going, and I didn't like that with the can-do kind of, I get what they're trying to do with that theme. It's a lot, but it's way too much for me, and it's overwhelming. But anyway, otherwise I'll leave it to B tier. I have some things that are worst. Adventure Songs of the Week could have been better. Machines and Treasures. I felt like that should have been really better. Nothing was just, like, everything was boring like that, At least Candy's alright. Otherwise, I liked it, but not, like, too crazy about it. Okay, so let's go. Actually, I'm going to stop here because I've talked about already 3 songs of the weeks, and I'll go talking about these in the next part. Bye, guys. Hello, boys and girls. I'm back. Welcome to more Hi-5 ranking videos of more of those songs of the weeks. So let's get on with, as I've already talked about the last songs of the week, it was about, that Can Do, One Step Forward. So it didn't really stood up to me that much. Like, everything was a bit, like, questionable, I would say. But everything was just a bit, like, I don't know, like, compromising was, like, I just have no words to it. Like, it's, I like those songs of the weeks as well, but everything was too basic and fundamental to me. So yeah, let's go up to the next half of songs of the weeks. Now we are going up to Give It a Go. So ideas. So I really like that theme. Ideas. So I'm gonna put it. Yeah, you know what? I'm putting it here because I really liked how they introduced some creativity, and I really liked that. Actually, you know what? I'm putting in S tier because I really liked these songs of the week. I don't know, I just really liked it. And I'll tell you why I just changed that again, just like the other ones. Just like the other one as well. Yeah. So, the first hot episode of the songs of the week is Inventions. So, just Inventions. Tim builds a musical doghouse for his dog Jock. Then Charlie invents a new dance for Jock, for Tim's dog Jock. Then Nathan invents a moodometer, so he'll be able to know how he feels. Then also Charlie adds a goofy face for Nathan's moodometer. Then Kelly invites a musical map with pictures that play a tune. Then Charlie dances like a cloud. Kathleen makes a cloud that tells her which activity she has to do. Then Charlie hangs the clothes up to the tick-tock beat. Ooh, sounds very tickety-tockety. Oh my god, that's funny. So then after that, Charlie tells a story about a girl. Yeah, Charlie tells us a story about a girl who invents a robot that tidies up her bedroom when her father asks for it. Then her mother washes the car and Kathleen makes the robot do it, which he wanted the car blue, but it was pink. Oh, that's so bad as well. Like, and it's not good. They shouldn't have compromised it so much better. They shouldn't have compromised it a lot. I feel like that was so questionable because I really don't know why they just let the robot to do that. In fact, they shouldn't have made the fact to make the concept feel a lot more better, but it didn't. I didn't like that, but you know, what can you do? But no, they should have done a lot of things. They should have fixed a lot of things, what the robot can do. Instead, it just lets the robot control of it at once. But instead, it's just a weakling robot. I'm sorry. Like, I don't know. Yeah. So let's go on to the next episode. I liked the episode too. So let's go on to the next episode, Imagination. Kathleen pretends to be an opera singer. Charlie pretends to be an opera singer too. Kathleen chats imagine going on an aquarium and visit lots of fish. Charlie pretends to be a fish. Tim finds a musical house with notes on the wall spelling the word face. Yeah, I guess it does kind of ring a bell and tune on it. Yeah. Then, sorry, I'm just trying to look. Then Charlie pretends to be a musical note. Nathan imagines traveling on the moon, and there he finds the moon boy, which was Tim, and they play crater ball together. Interesting. Then Charlie plays football on the moon. Kathleen tells the story about two siblings who travel to Zigzag Land by a seesaw. They meet Mr. Ziggy, who knows the children's mother because she travelled there a long time ago. Yeah, that is crazy. Yeah, nah, that is crazy. Yeah, I liked this episode too. I don't know which one's my favorite episode, but like, I don't know. Wait, can I actually go back into the last songs week? Because what was my favorite episode in the One Step Forward songs week? Just very quickly. Okay, so my favorite episode in the last songs week was I don't know. I liked the I Can Fix It songs of the week. Yeah, I didn't have a favorite. Sorry about that. Let's get on and continue this next songs of the week. So the next episode of the songs of the week is Find Any Way. Find Any Way. I feel like it doesn't really make sense to put in the title to it, and it doesn't give it that concept, but I'll take it, it's fine. So Find Any Way. Find Any Way. So Kelly tries on different kinds of hats and wonders about her perfect job. Charlie does some actions, and we have to guess which job she's pretending. Tim pretends to be a Tyrannosaurus Rex playing music. Wow, that is a lot. Charlie pretends to be a dancing dinosaur. Nathan puts some things in a plastic jar and he will send it to a friend. Charlie shows different ways to greet. Charlie gave Kathleen some instructions for a dance she's going to show to Kelly, but Chop Chop hides them. No! Oh my god. Then Charlie follows some footprints to dance. Then Nathan tells the story about a wobbly wall and some other walls stick together. I felt like this was the most basic story we ever got, and I'm not happy about that. And I felt like they should have made the concept, a layout, much more better. They know so much better than that. Just being wobbly walls, and it's really boring. Like, I don't know, it was really boring. But I did like the creativity how all of their names start with the W, but that wasn't any creativity put into that story. No, it wasn't. I'm sorry. Pardon me. Nah. But yeah, that's what happens. So speaking of creativity, the next Hi-5 episode of this Songs of the Week is called Creativity. Yeah, and I always use that word, but we need some creativity in this life and world. So Nathan builds two-dimensional sculptures using different items from around the house. Charlie pretends to ride a bike. Kathleen makes a fish out of blocks and another one out of cushions. Charlie finds some cushions and she decides to take a rest. Oh wait, what song is this? Because it's really highlighted. Oh, Little Rest. What? How come she sings it in the series, but Kathleen sings it in the album? So why are they ruining that adaptation again? That is not a good adaptation. They need to stop mixing up the members and doing them differently. I hate how, I am going to say this so many times, but I really hate how they get a different person to be in the album and another be in the series. I want everything to be matchable. This is not matchable. This is upsetting. Like, that's not good. Not only it was reused, not only it was introduced in the Celebrate album, which was obviously, but also reused in Planet Earth album, which they didn't add any new song lists, which was just lazy. Anyway, like, I don't know why they always get different members to just so they can sound better for the CD. It's not about sounding better. It's about everyone. And how are you going to make money on that? That is just so wrong. Anyway, that's why I'm getting upset. Like, I don't know. That is just some shit. I'm sorry. I don't want to be rude, but that is just some shit happening. I really can't. That is just some jackass happening. I'm sorry. Sorry to say that. But it's like, it's some jackass happening. I'm sorry. But like, nah. So Charlie finds some cushions and she decides to take a rest. Tim plays the bongos and the Hi-5 band plays different instruments to the rhythm of the bongos. Now this is more like it. This, what needs to be the adaptation. This is what needs to be the adaptation. So the bongo beat was not only in the Let's Celebrate home video, which was good. We saw that in the home video of Let's Celebrate. Not only was in the Celebrate album, but I was also very happy that they all together got to compromise that and do the exact same thing. They would not only do it in the series, but also interpret that into the Celebrate album. And I was so happy about that. Thank God nothing else happened. Whew. Everything was the same. The bongo bit, they all also sang in the album. I'm so happy about that. That's probably one of the only songlets I'm happy about. The bongo beat. Yeah, that's more like it. That is more like it. So then after that, Charlie starts the conga line and the Hi-5 band follows her. Kelly and Chats invent a story about a pig and a donkey. Then Charlie tries to build a house of cards. Then Tim tells the story about a man who loves building things, but he isn't very good in his tools. The saw, the measuring tape, and a hammer always helps him. I mean, will that get some help? Probably not, or probably maybe. I don't know. But anyway, let's go on to this last episode of Songs of the Weeks. Adventure. Or is it meant to be adventures? Nah, I think it's just adventure. Because adventure, it sounds like adventures, so it can be like that too. So next episode is, last of the Songs of the Week, is Adventure. So Nathan goes on a deep sea diving adventure. Charlie pretends to be a dolphin. Kelly and Chats look for animals that start with A. Charlie pretends to be an albatross. I think that's how you pronounce it. Yeah, I got that now. So Charlie pretends to be an albatross. Now, I'll tell you guys what that means, because I actually forgot what that means. I think it's some sort of bird. A bird, maybe? I'm not too sure. I don't know. Forgot. Then after that, Tim imagines traveling to Brass Blower's land, where he becomes a tuba. Then Charlie pretends to play a flute, a trumpet, and a trombone. Yeah, you could say that too. Then Kathleen makes a game for Kelly, hiding cards inside her wall. Charlie pretends to swim. Then Kelly tells the story about a boy who celebrates his birthday, having a fancy dress party. So his mother helps him to dress up like Captain Wonder. But soon they find out that his friends dress up like Captain Wonder too. Now, I liked how not only that they remade it they had a remake of that story for Series 5, but it was a different story, like where it was going, instead of everyone dressed the same, but it was a remake from Series 5, and then it was just some green monster they thought of, but which it wasn't, it was their mother. So, yeah. Yeah, I actually feel so upset because the adaptation is just very bad. I don't know why it wasn't, and it's so questionable. I wasn't happy about that. When they only get a couple of the Hyper gang to sing it in the series versus in the album, everybody else sings it. And Chatterbox and Chop sing it in the album, and they didn't get to do anything for the series for that story. Why didn't they all get to be Captain Wonder so then Chatterbox can read the story? Why didn't they interpret that? Nah, that's very upsetting me. I'm actually more upset about this this entire series from Series 4 because I expected that. I even expected Chatterbox and Chop to be all the puppeteers. Not like why did they only do them for the album? That's really upsetting. I wanted that moment in the series, but instead we don't get to see that. We only get to hear that. From a CD. From a rare CD just never before heard. Well, I mean, All their CDs, they're not really that hard to find. But they are still rare nowadays. They're still like, how are you going to get archives? Like, how come they just didn't do anything in the studio? That is just lame and sad. That is just lame and sad. I really don't get it. That is just really what upsets me the most is that. Nah, I'm sorry. Because the adaptation is so bad, they don't focus on the series. And that is just so sad and lazy. That is just lame. I'm sorry. Because if you want the story to look better, add more stuff to it. And that would make the concept look better. But instead, they did everything to make it look better in the CD because they want the CD to make it look so much better, just so they can make money on it. And that is so selfish. It's nothing is perfect. Nothing is freaking perfect. But I expect everything to happen in the series rather than in the CD. But it's always about making money. It's not about money. It's about life. You want the moment. And I wanted Chatterbox and Chop Chop to see that story. Now I'm so waked up over this because I should have known that until even from this day. And that is just so sad. We never get much screen time of the puppeteers, and they've just changed over the years, and I hate that. That's why I only like the OGs, and I never grew up with the other ones, because the other ones are just getting more and more childish. That's why the OG cast of this Hi-5 franchise, where they started, where they've built, is so much better. I get it now, but everything that they don't get the right adaptation, that's like shit. I'm sorry to say that, but that's like shit. I'm sorry. I don't know. I really am sorry, but no, that's what happens. Nah. Anyway, the reason I'm still happy with this Songs of the Week. This was probably one of the best Series 4 ones we got so far, and I'm so happy I got to put another one in a series from STNL. But Give It a Go Ideas was probably the best creativity, but I wasn't happy. You know what? I'm going to change this Songs of the Week to A tier. The reason why I'm going to put this down now for me is because, yeah, I won't put it in S tier. The reason why I put it now, just on the last minute, down to A tier was because I didn't like the adaptations. So that's why I put it there. Unlike Let's Get to Work, Inventions, but exactly like that was different. That's why I really liked that one a lot, and I should have known. I don't know why I put it all the way to C tier. Maybe I just didn't like it at first. But when you get Give It a Go ideas, they ruin the adaptations. That's the reason why I at least put it down to A. But I just still think it's one of the best songs of the week so far. It's still good. Yeah. Okay, so let's go in the next songs of the week now, which is Celebrate. Oh my god. My dad's saying, oh wait, did I say everything yet? Okay, so my favorite episode was the creativity episode, obviously. I really liked that episode. Okay, so let's go on to the next songs of the weeks, which is Around Us. I didn't like how they had to interpret the theme differently. It should have just been celebrations, but they still at least interpret the celebrations theme into the episodes rather than just onto the theme. I get that, but it's also really confusing. You know what? I'm going to still give it an A. I'm not going to put in S. I really wanted to put in S, but I'm going to stick to the same thought about that. And I'll tell you why afterwards. So the first Hi-5 episode is Hi-5 Fate. Now, a lot of people are going to find this hard to announce and transcript that, but whatever. It's Hi-5 Fate, so Fete. So that it's like a fate means it's like a party or gala, it's like a gathering, like party, basically, which is cute. A celebration, festival, you could say. That's it. That's what a fate means. So Fete. So Hi-5 Fate. I really like the sound of that. So Nathan sells funny glasses. Charlie tries on different groovy shoes. Tim invites the Hi-5 band to try the Loudometer. Charlie ate too much food and she can't get up. Yeah, that's not good. I didn't like how they made Charlie eat too much. Then Kathleen sells things from faraway places. Charlie sings about her fan. Then Kelly and Chad sell lemonade. Charlie plays orange ball. Nah. No. That's so funny. I can't. Orange ball. Charlie plays orange ball. I mean, it does ring a bell, but that is just too much freaking bizarre and hilarious. Charlie plays orange ball. Then Kelly tells the story about an aunt's family. They visit the fete. It means a party, and the children get stuck in some fairy floss, and their parents help them to get out. I mean, that is just so. That sounds so ridiculous. How they should have known they were going to get stuck. They knew what was coming. Anyway, let's just get on to the next episode now. I really liked that episode. That was probably my favorite episode already of this. Not only songs of the week, but pretty much the series as well. So the next episode is fruits and vegetables. Nathan becomes a scarecrow to keep the birds away from his veggies. Charlie pretends to be a scarecrow. Callie and Chad cook some pesto pasta. Ooh, really like the sound of that. Charlie touches and feels some veggies. Then, oh wait, she had more description. Sorry, let me read that again. Then after Kelly's sickness, after that, Charlie touches and feels some veggies without seeing, and she guesses them. Ooh, that's brilliant. That's brilliant, interesting. That's different, nice. Then Kathleen wants a full. Then after that, Kathleen wants a fruit snack, but Chop changes the fruits. Yeah, I felt so bad for Kathleen's episode because the dynamic was so bad. And Kathleen, I can tell, I really hope that wasn't real, but I felt like it was real when I was watching that segment. Kathleen was so angry. And you can't just throw food that way. That was horrible. That's horrible, what Kathleen had to experience. But I get the idea. I get what they're going to the concept. But I'm actually glad they went to that. I know it sounds rude, but it just gave it drama, you know what I mean? Like, but it's at the same time, it's so rude to throw a banana on the floor without her even noticing. That is so freaking rude. That is so freaking rude. Then after that, Charlie sings about a fruit salad. Tim waters and sings to his plants to make them grow, and then he can make a salad. Then Charlie sings about dinner time. And then after that, Kathleen tells us a story about a boy who plants a tomato seed, a plant that starts to grow from the seed. But when Tim goes on a holiday, the sun and a rain cloud look after the tomato plant. Oh, cute. Well, we need some food. That's a good thing. Okay, so the next episode is around the world and celebrations. Okay, so Tim sets up World Music Day and everyone plays a different instrument. Charlie dances the flamenco, which, again, I don't know why it's transcribed differently when I say that. So Charlie dances the flamenco. Then after that, Nathan makes a picture of the world and its wonders. Then Charlie sings about the world while she does signs. To be honest, I wasn't really feeling about Nathan and Charlie singing in this episode because I felt a bit emotional. Like, I don't know why. Maybe it's just how they were singing it, but I really did. I'm sorry to say that, but, it was, like, too much for me. It's not that I don't like the segments, but it was emotional. Like, it just makes you, like, sad. You feel the body, like, butterflies, and then you don't feel like watching it, but at the same time, it's still cute. They're just episodes, it's fine. Then after that, Kathleen gets the decorations and a pinata ready for Chatz's party. Then after that, Charlie makes a birthday song for Chats. Kelly and Hi-5 band celebrate Chatz's birthday, and I loved this episode because of that now. Then after that, Charlie plays with her own pinata. Tim tells the story about two girls that are about to be flower girls on a wedding, but when Charlie's mother calls them to leave, they find a box full of magic glitter that belongs to a leprechaun, and they get invisible hand and feet with it. It's like I'm telling scary stories, aren't I? Oh my god. Yeah, I really liked the sharing stories too. It's really funny. Okay, yeah. So the next Hi-5 episode is dancing in costumes. Not dancing in costumes. It is dancing in costumes, but it's called dancing and costumes. That's just how I said it. Oh my god, dancing and costumes. Okay, so Kelly and Chad dance the samba and they join the carnavale. Carnavale. Oh, no hands. Summer across the land. I forgot most of the words. I'm so sorry. That's embarrassing. Yes, so Kelly and Chats join the Samba and they join the carnival parade. Charlie danced the Samba too. Nathan danced like an emu and a kangaroo. Charlie danced like a broga. What? What? What is a broga? What? Maybe it's like another bird. Okay. So then Tim plays Chinese gong. Then he dresses up like a Chinese person. Yeah, I love how they dress. I really love how they dress. They dress like long coat kimono outfits, and I love that as well. I really love that. It's just part of their culture, you know. Yeah. Then after his segment, I loved how loved everybody else's costumes in his segment, and it's so pretty and gorgeous, you know. Love that. Then after that, Charlie and the Hyper Band are part of a dancing dragon. Kathleen sings "You Can't See Me," and why are we getting filler again? Oh, I was expecting not to see not to see fillers anymore. No, this is where it gets really annoying again. Why? So like, let me get this straight. So if I see another filler one more time, oh, I'm about to scream. I'm sorry, I can't. I'm sorry. Okay, it's not that I'm just annoyed with fillers, but I am getting annoyed, but it's a few times, and it makes a distraction of the episodes, like you can't see anything else. Please just no more, please, and we've already seen that, and we've already seen the thing in series 2. That is so annoying. Like, then after that, Kathleen danced to Japanese. It should be dances. Okay, so I'll read it. So Kathleen dances to Japanese, Hawaiian and Greek music while she wears costumes. Then Charlie and Nathan dance to Greek music. Nathan tells the story about a handbag shop. Somebody buys a school bag. Another person buys a tartan curry old bag. And another one buys a fluffy handbag. So a shiny handbag stays alone. And by the way, this was also added in Hi-5 favorites. I was so happy about that because I really liked this story. Sorry about my chair. Oh, and it's just a bad adjustment to the chair. Sorry about my chair, guys. And I love that sharing stories. I love it. I'm going to keep banging with my hands now because I can't not help it. I'm so sorry about it. I'll be back. Sorry about that, guys. I just keep banging because I'm like excited, but I was being a bit stupid now. Yeah, this chair adjustment, stupid chair. Sorry about that. Yeah, I absolutely love this sharing stories because it was also added in Hi-5 favorites. By the way, let's go on to the last Hi-5 episode of this Songs of the Weeks from around us, animals. So Kelly pretends to be a frog from Jamaica. Charlie the snake hides from Kelly the frog, but the music starts playing and she moves to the rhythm. Then Job Job hides Kathleen's kanga from Kenya, and she makes a new one by painting ostrich footprints on a sheet. I was about to say on the street. On a sheet. Footprints on a sheet. Then Charlie pretends to be a cow. Tim invites cats from around the world to make meowsic together. Why are they making pun words now? It's funny, but why? It's so cringy. Meowsic. Then Charlie sings about 2 different cats. Nathan finds clothes to dress up like different animals. Charlie pretends to be a fox. Please don't think like that. I'll read it again. So then after that, Charlie pretends to be a fox. Then Charlie tells us a story about a baby rhino that can't balance. His mother tries to make him feel better until a tick bird asks him to keep her egg while she builds a nest, and he looks after the egg, and a baby tick bird is born. Oh, cute. Yeah, I really loved this episode, and it was so, like, heartwarming, and, oh, I love it. You know what? This was probably my favorite episode now of this. It's not just because of the story. I feel like this was probably my favorite episode of the Songs of the Week, and the Hi-5 Fates. Hi-5 Fates and Animals were my favorites. But the reason why I had to not put in S tier also, it's not like I did on the last minute. I'm going to still leave it in A tier because there were some things I felt like some concepts would have been better. But yeah, there was just some things I felt like it wasn't engaging enough for me. But you know, otherwise A is still good enough for me. It's fine. Yeah. Okay, so how many talks of songs of the week that I talk about now? So okay, let's talk about one more. Sorry, guys. Okay, boys and girls, sorry to pause there. I was just thinking how many songs weeks I've done. I've done two now. Let's do one more for now, and then I'll go into the next part, which was still I've never got to finish series 4 because there's just so much things I've worked up from that, and I don't know. By the way, let's go up to the next Hi-5-esque, because we've done a lot of other projects. I keep saying that now. By the way, the next Hi-5 songs of the weeks is Energy. Speaking of energy, Energy, the same song, Energy. Yay. You know what? Now this is what I'm talking. This was probably one of the best songs of the weeks I've ever done, actually. That's it. That's my favorite one. This is my favorite one. That's it. I really liked it because, like, I'm so sorry I haven't had a lot of best ones, but the energy one is my favorite from Series 4. I don't know. I love it so much. Yeah, I'm putting in STR because there's a lot of energy moments. I'll put it that way. So let's talk about the first half of episode. Once again, called Body. The second time this season. Yeah, called Body. Just called Body. So Kathleen is cold and Drop takes away her warm clothes. So she starts to do exercise. Charlie skips the rope slower every time. Nathan, Tim, and Kathleen paddle down an imaginary river. And they do sing, however, that songlet, which I really wanted back in Series 1 so badly. And I'm actually still, no, I'm still upset about that. I'm still pissed off about that, how they didn't want to interpret that. Because I did see them all sing in the studio, but not being done. They just didn't care. Why? They didn't care. That's stupid. I'm sorry being rude, but nah. That's stupid. I'm sorry. It's silly. I don't care. Then Charlie plays tennis. Tim just had a rest and he feels full of energy to play a trombone. Charlie feels low, but Tim makes her feel better. Then once again, another filler. I knew this was coming. Dang it! Kelly sings wordplay. I knew this was again going to be coming, and it's really annoying. And see, I'm distracted now, and I'm getting a distraction. It's really, really annoying. Like, I just had enough. Okay, so Charlie feels low, but Tim makes her feel better. And I love this songlet. It's a shame. It's a shame. Not only that this was in the Celebrate album, but also in another activity book, which I did notice, Share Everything With You, which is very cute. But why didn't they try to interpret everyone to get a hug? But no, only Charlie and Tim get a hug. Why? What about the whole album, huh? They just want to do that to make the CD look better and be professional. I don't care. I really don't care. I'm now upset that they want to just make the album look better, not the series, so they can be lazy and over it. Put some effort into it. Make everyone do it. See, now I'm upset again now, like what we got in Captain Wonder. And I'm so sick of it. Like, they're like two of my favorite songlets in the entire album, and they are not interpreted the same. And that is frustrating. That is just bizarre, and I'm not happy about that in its crossy way, anyhow. So everyone sings in the album, but only Charlie and Tim sing it in the series. It's not the same. It's a bad adaptation you're getting, and it's not. Nothing doesn't match, and it doesn't work. Because when you buy the CD and also you watch the series, it's different, and then it makes you not want to get anything right. That is just so wrong. First it was Captain Wonder, and now it's A Great Big Hug. And I love this songlet more than that, Niall. And I'm actually more upset by Niall. This is probably where I get me more upset. That is just shit. I'm sorry to say, but that is just shit. And it's a shame. I love this songlet so much, and they ruined it. Nah, that's not good. And I wanted to love this so much, but instead it was just basic. You know, that's what happens. I don't know anymore. Then after that, Kelly blows a balloon, finding energy inside her body. Then Charlie uses elbow grease while she cleans using her elbow. You mean elbow grease? I don't want to say this, but elbow grease sounds disgusting. I'm being so rude, I'm sorry, but like, it's annoying. Albert Grease. Nah, I don't know. I can't. Then Tim tells the story about two cows that just chew and moo all day long until a calf, so that's a baby cow, calf, tells them about a new cow that's got new moves and groove. Yeah, well, you know what? I'm actually not happy with the sharing stories either. And I don't know why they put in high energy. This did not give me energy. This did not give me energy. That did not give me energy. And I'm so upset about that. That is not good. That did not give me energy. And it was just so deep. I can't. Nah. Anyway, let's just go on to the next episode called Renewable Energy. And I really liked this title. This was probably my favorite episode of the Songs of the Week. Renewable Energy. Nathan blows a windmill and then he pretends to be one. What the heck? Pardon me. Excuse me. I'm so sorry about that burp. I knew that was coming. I'm so sorry. Pardon me. Excuse me. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. So we were just talking about the next episode, renewable energy. Sorry, I burped out of there for no reason. Nathan blows a windmill and then he pretends to be one. Charlie moves along with the windmill. Kathleen plays fishing and she finds a way to play the same with static electricity. Then Charlie imagines her hand as a magnet. Scientist Tim makes a solar power musical robot. Charlie pretends to be a robot who is powered by the sun. So robot number one, hit the switch and turn me on. Robot number one, gonna have some fun. So robot number one again saying, love that. Then Kelly makes a wind vane. Oh, she sings the north, south, east, and west song. Oh, I love that. North, south, east, and west. Let's get this party going. Well, I didn't like how she sang different lyrics. But yeah, I get why she would change the lyrics, but I liked that better. That the sang from series 2. No, but I liked what Kelly's done as well. I get that she changed the lyrics, but please, why would you do that with the song? Why would you do that with this song? Why would you do that with this song? Yeah. Yeah, but no, I really liked how she's singing again North, South, East, and West, but I'm still not happy with what I put down in C anyway. Sorry. Yeah, I liked her segment as well. Then Charlie walks in the summer breeze. Suddenly, the wind starts to blow stronger. Kathleen tells us a story about a girl who is about to make her first snowman. She does it on her own. She does it on her own because her father is a little bit busy, and once she gets it, the snowman comes alive and they play together. Yeah, I guess you gotta have some time together, family. You just gotta. You just gotta. I'm sorry. No, you just gotta have that family time. You just gotta. Just got to. Shit. Sorry. The next episode is Machines. Cal and Chats fly helicopters. Charlie pretends to be 2 helicopters. Nathan plays with springs and goes on a pongo stick race against Tim. Then Charlie pretends to be a spring. Tim live band sing Feel the Beat. Wow! I actually really loved how they did this, just the guitar acoustic version of Feel the Beat. But I do still prefer the Series 2 as well. But I love the Series 4, how they again try to come together. I love that so much. But I don't know why we actually needed Tim's filler. I'm happy that Tim's got a filler. Maybe that's the reason why they did it, because Tim has never had a filler, which is not good. But yeah, but I don't know why we still needed it though. But I was so happy about it, you know. Yeah, so the segment where they sing Feel the Beat was filmed along with episode 30. So why didn't they put in episode 30 as a bonus episode? Why did they did it now in episode 28? And it was only added to this episode. They should have moved it to there. Why are they doing that? Anyway, at least it's still there. That's what matters. I don't know. Then Tim finds sounds on Kelly's bike. Charlie pretends to ride an upside-down bike. Kathleen looks for wheels for her train. An upside-down bike is ridiculous. Yeah, Kathleen looks for wheels for a train. Charlie fills her car with petrol and then she rides it. Nathan tells us a story about a snail that looks for a car. He visits the slugs, bug, car yard. but a ladybird and a caterpillar by first the cars he wants. Why do I find this story so funny? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Like, I can't. Let me read that again. So Nathan tells us a story about a snail that looks for a car. He visits the slugs bug cart yard. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. No, I'm never going to get over that. That is just so annoying. I can't. I'm so sorry. Nah. I'm never going to read this properly. I beg myself, I'm never going to read this properly. I swear to God, man. Nathan tells us a story about a snail that looks for a car. He visits the slugs bug car yard, but a ladybird and a caterpillar buy first the cars he wants. Yeah, that is a bit upsetting, but I find the story really funny. I don't know why. I'm so sorry about that. I'm so sorry. I just can't stop thinking about what I just did. But yeah, I felt a little bit bad until the end, but you know, it is what it is. So the next episode is House. So Nathan puts on his super energy dust busting suit to clean all around. Charlie pretends to be a washing machine. Kathleen decorates her window. Charlie pretends to be a sunflower growing. Then Tim uses his metronome to play his guitar while Nathan plays some tricks on him. Excuse me, Nathan. Don't try to be like Chop now. Excuse me, Nathan. Don't. What are you doing that for? That is just unnecessary. Tim should have just been there by himself. It's not that I didn't want Nathan to be in it. It's just that Tim should have had the space and time for himself and try and learn his music. I'm sorry, but that's crazy. That is bizarre. Now I'm going to laugh at something again, y'all, but that is just terrible. Terrible in a funny way, though. But nah. Like, nah. Yeah. Why, Nathan, excuse me, please don't be like Drop. Okay, so then Charlie's fingers dance to the metronome beat. Kelly imagines her toothbrush was an electric one. Charlie pretends to be a hairdresser. Kelly tells a story about a lonely picture frame who goes looking for friends while his owner is sleeping. So he finds a plate and a cowboy hat to hang by him. Yeah, nah, I felt like the sharing stories was a bit too overwhelming, but however, I did engage to it. I was very happy about that, rather than just getting overwhelmed. But I did get overwhelmed where it was going with the story, and that's why it just felt confused, and it was questionable. But yeah, no, you know, that's what it is. Also, it is what it is. Yeah, it is what it is. So let's go to the last episode of the Songs Week called Food, or should I say Foods? I don't know. Well, it's just called Food. So Kelly makes energy biscuits using sultanas to write a word. Charlie ate one of Kelly's biscuits and she feels full of energy. Yeah, absolutely going to feel a lot of energy. Oh, sorry, burped again. Sorry, excuse me, guys. Yeah, oh my gosh. So, yeah, it was, all saying all the best. Yeah, the high energy song, yeah. Yeah, so Charlie does sing that song again, the energy song, which just been in this Songs of the Week, which is crazy to me. Then Kathleen pretends to be a rabbit collecting carrots and making a carrot drink or juice. Charlie pretends to be a rabbit eating and hopping. Tim makes music while he cooks because he's very hungry. Yeah, I mean, that is good to know. Charlie pretends to make porridge. Nathan, Kelly, Tim, and Kathleen play a guessing game about dancing like fruits and vegetables. But they do, however, do the Chinkle Winkle game. Why didn't they do that? Wait, did they actually say that in the episode? Let me look at the lyrics from that thing. Oh no! Maybe it was the games episode. Oh no, this was the wrong segment. Wait, I thought they would say it. No, this is still a different segment. It's a dance on the fruit and veg. Yeah, so it was that one. Yeah, sorry about that. Then Charlie pretends to be a pumpkin and a celery. Charlie tells us a story about food from a grocery store where they play games every night, and this time 3 jellies play the jelly wobble competition while a piece of cheese, Kelly was a piece of cheese, is the judge. Well, yeah, welcome to the competition. Welcome. Sorry, I'm just making fun of it, but it's really funny, like, how they can interpret into characters. I love that so much. I really do love that. I really do. Um, yeah, yes, I just got the wrong segment there. I just want to point out very quickly of Nathan's segment. I just don't want anyone not to forget about this. What he did at the end was like this. Was that the Wiggles reference? Was that the Wiggles reference? Oh my god. And that's why they all make faces with him at the end and he does the fingers. Oh my god. That's the Wiggles! That's the Wiggles reference! Why did they have to guess them? They should have been the guest in the episode and then do something. Why? That would have actually been so cool. That would have actually been so freaking cool. Why? Oh my god! Now I can't stop getting manifesting about that. I'm so manifesting they should have done that. Why? Nah, that's crazy. I don't know. Yeah. So by the way, guys, this was probably one of my favorite Hi-5 songs of the weeks. Energy. This was the best out of series 4, and I really engaged this one. Um, My favorite episode was probably now this episode now that got me out of the food episode. And what other episode was it? Yeah, I just don't like that adaptation of some of it. I liked the renewable energy and the food one. Yeah. So guys, stay tuned for the next part. I'm gonna stop this video again for now, and I'll skip on to the next part. I haven't still finished talking about series 4 yet, so we have 3 more to talk about. Another 3 more to talk about. So I'll still put it into this video merged and together. So stay tuned for that, and you can watch the next part. Bye. Hello, boys and girls. Welcome back to more of these Hi-5 songs of the weeks. Of ranking of these Hi-5 songs of the weeks. I haven't got to still, unfortunately, finish talking about Series 4 yet, and it's so cold today. Just put a jumper on. I look stupid silly. I'm so sorry about that. But this is what happens when you get sick, and this is what happens when you're in the same sheet, and it's shiz. Like, I'm sorry to say it, but, it is what it is. I can't. Anyway, let's finish talking about Series 4. So I did mention talking about the last part. What was that songs league? Oh, the Energy songs league. So I definitely put it in S tier because I felt like it was one of the most memorable, like energizing, like songs of the week we ever gotten. And I felt like it was the best in Series 4. I don't know, and I felt like I've had a more memory of it, so that's the reason why I put it there. Yeah, and it's just I just felt like it was one of the best ones, man. By the way, yeah. So that's the reason why I put that. Let's go up to the next Hot for Songs of the Weeks now. Patterns. So it's the Move It Songs of the Weeks. To be honest, I didn't even really get patterns. I didn't really get patterns in the Songs of the Week. Like, I felt like the theme to what they were doing, it didn't make sense, to be honest. I didn't know where the theme and the whole entire week was going. So that's the reason why I put it in B, but I'll also tell you why. Yeah, no. I'll tell you why. Yeah, soon. Let's just talk about the first Hot Rod episode in the Songs of the Week called Babies. I mean, why would babies have to have a pattern? That again doesn't make any sense. I really don't know anymore. Like, come on, that is a lot. So yeah, the first episodes of this Songs of the Week is Babies. Nathan pretends to be a baby shark. Charlie pretends to be a silly shark. Kelly tries to play a matching game where they must dress up like an egg, a chick, or a hen at time. Okay. A hen is like basically a chicken or rooster, but much smaller, I think. Yeah. Then Charlie remembers the time she had chicken pox. And I don't know why, I don't mean to get really, like, confused about it or anything, but not to be confused, but I don't know why they had to really choose one of the best songlets. I don't think it was one of the best songlets. But no, it's not that, like, sorry to be rude about, but, they put it in the Celebrate album, the actual chickenpox thing. I liked how at least they got the same adaptation, but I don't know what was the logic to adding just that segment. I really from that songlet. I really don't understand. Because it's not worth that celebration. I don't know. I really don't get it. Anyway, at least they got the same adaptation, so I'll give it that. It was still Charlie singing the album that's in the series. I really love that so much. Thank you very much. Unlike the other songlets that we got, and I'm so upset about it because my favorite songlets just turned out to be the worst, not even matchable adaptations ever, and that pisses me off a lot. Like I really don't get it anymore. Like I don't know. Okay, so then after Charlie's singing, so Tim pretends to be a baby magpie learning to sing. Kelly teaches Charlie to whistle. Then Kathleen pretends to be a bee collecting pollen and taking it back to baby bees. Then Charlie pretends to eat some fruit and we have to guess which one. Okay. Then, nice. Then Charlie tells us a story about a girl who gets excited when her parents bring her a new brother, but he doesn't stop crying. Yeah, so it's baby Nathan, obviously. I felt really, like, to be honest, I know the story was very chaotic, but these are one of my favorite stories. I don't know. But the one that we got in series 2, it was sort of like Baby Nathan crying again, but that was way too chaotic that we got in series 2. I don't know why, in the Daydreams episode, I think, which I don't know why they did that. But, yeah, nah. Anyway, yeah, that's a difference. But it's still like the same thing, yeah, but it's a different concept from adding it. Anyway, let's go up to the next Hot Fuzz episode, recycling. So recycling. Tim makes a drum kit out of old tins. Charlie matches some jars. Charlie matches some jars with their lids. So it has to be big, medium, small, the exact lids, yeah. Then Nathan makes a puppet made from rubbish. Charlie pretends to be a puppet made of recycled clothes. Kathleen sings You Can't See Me. And again, why are we getting a filler? And I'm getting really, I'm getting so tired, sick and tired of talking about it. And it's like, I'm not being rude like how we got there, but like, we don't need any more fillers. And it creates a distraction to where we're supposed to go and watching it, to where we're getting to the story. And that just creates, all I can think of are filler plots. We don't need any more fillers. Then Drop made a mess with Kathleen, separates all the garbage to recycle. Charlie recycles the Move Your Body song by changing the lyrics. What? What? Are you kidding me? I don't mean to get so snappy, but like, I don't mean to get snippy with everyone, but like, why would you recycle an old song? You can't do that. I wouldn't call that recycling. I'm sorry. I wouldn't call that recycling. That's a bit silly, Meow. That is a bit silly. That is just bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. I'm sorry. That is absolutely ridiculously crazy. Absolutely ridiculous. But I did like the lyrics you changed though. But why? No, please do not change the concept after Kathleen's segment and pertaining to Charlie's segment, but into movements. Why would you recycle an old song? I don't get it. I know that's Move Your Body song, but why are they doing that for? If she's going to change the lyrics by recycling it. I wouldn't call it recycling it. No, I wouldn't call it recycling. That is silly. That's stupidly crazy. Sorry. Yeah, but it's funny. Then Chats has a garage sale and Kelly helps her. Charlie looks for her reading glasses. Then Charlie tells us a story about an old unstable table. Oh my god, what a tongue twister. And her owners fix it to keep it. Oh, cute. I loved how they really try to engage without any help. No, but I felt like they kind of needed help. But still, I felt like they didn't need any help with the sharing stories, and I really liked how they kept going on with the story. I can tell. But it was a bit questionable, but I'll take it. It's fine. Yeah, otherwise I still like them. By the way, let's go up to the next episode. Routines. Kathleen is going away for the weekend and makes a list of all the things she will take. Charlie pretends to brush her teeth, her fingernails, and her shoes. Tim wonders which time of the morning is the best for him to practice the saxophone. Then Charlie stretches her muscles to dance. Nathan does some slow Tai Chi exercises. Charlie does Charlie does Nathan's Tai Chi exercises also. So yeah, that's interesting. But I'll tell you what that is anyway, soon enough. I'll soon enough tell you that soon. Then, yeah. Then Chats is about to sleep with Kelly and reads her... No, I'm sorry, I'm not like reading properly. Chats is about to sleep and Kelly reads her a story about a baby brown bunyip. So yeah, what was the song? Nighttime sleep time. Oh, cute. Nighttime sleep time. Sing goodnight stars. Sing bright goodnight moon. Night. Yeah, I love that. Love, those are one of my favorite songs too. And then they did put it in the album, but they put it so late. Why did they put it in the Series 5, the Nighttime Sleep Time song? But why did they moved it late to Series 5 in the Holiday album? It should have been more earlier. Even up to Series 1, they didn't still even think about it. Why? I didn't get it. Anyway, then Charlie tells us she sleeps in different ways. Kathleen tells us... I was like... Sorry, need about, excuse me. Then Kathleen tells us a story about a rude prince who never says please or thank you. His server, his cook, and his friend make a plan to make him start saying those words. I mean, it is Prince Rude. Jude is the rude. Oh my god. Okay, so I'll tell you what, I've already told you what the bunny bit was before. So Tai Chi is an internal Chinese martial art practice for both its defense and training its health benefits. So it's like basically a Chinese themed exercise. You push up and down and like, you know, yeah. Sorry I pushed the camera backwards, I just had to show you something. Yeah, that's interesting. Then we'll go up to the next episode now. Nature cycles. Tim plays a drum, copying the sound of the waves. Charlie pretends to be a wave. Kelly shakes clothes, imitating the ocean, while Chats pretends to be the sun and a storm cloud. So that was the Paint the Ocean song that also was in the Celebrate album. I like that. I really like that a lot. Then Charlie rolls her arms like if they were waves. Kathleen sings You Can't See Me again. Then Kathleen shows how the world spins around. Cute. Then Charlie spins a hula hoop around, and then she spins around too. Nathan talks about the phases of the moon. Yeah, I really like that. I love how he talks about any phase of the moon, what goes into the night, into the day, and it's crazy. I love it. And it was also the Watching the Moon song that was in the album, same in the exact same album, Celebrate also, which is nice. I really like the song too. Then Charlie pretends to be the moon in its different phases. Kelly tells us a story about an astronaut and his daughter. They get visitors from Planet Blue. Planet Blue? That's really unusual. And they have dinner together. Yeah. But like, why would you call it Planet Blue and you haven't seen other colours? That is really unusual. That is really bizarre. But anyway, yeah. Let's go up to the next, actually the last episode of the Songs of the Week now is, Pictures. So it's just called Pictures. So Kelly gets, a Kate. A Kate? What? Okay, that's how you pronounce it. So sorry about that, guys, if I was pronouncing it wrong. Kelly gets a Kete from her friend who lives in, Aotearoa. What? How does that song let go again? Aotearoa, land on the long white cloud. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, so Kelly gets a kete. I actually just researched this now. And apparently it's a basket from New Zealand. From a New Zealand region that they sell these. What kind of material? They're like baskets, but they're like kete are traditional baskets made and used by New Zealand's Maori people. Yeah, I love that. I love how they also use that kind of the culture, which is cute. That is really cute. I love that. So yeah, they use it from New Zealand. Yeah, so Kelly gets a kete from her friend who lives in Aotearoa. Sorry if I'm trying to pronounce it wrong. Aotearoa. Aotearoa. Yeah. Aotearoa. Roa. Okay. So it's like a H when you're saying it. So Kelly gets a kete from her friend who lives in Aotearoa. Charlie uses a poi to dance in a Maori way. So poi. So what? I think it's like a performing art. It's sort of like a skipping rope, but it's making pictures like this. See how I'm making it now? I love that. That is really creative. I love that. Love those songlets now. Then Tim hears a rhythm and imagines being at Rhythm City where everyone does everything at the same rhythm. Yeah, which he does get a kind of a bit of a headache though. Then Charlie pretends to be a postie from Rhythm City. Yeah, that's really nice. Because she does kind of go into the plot, which I feel like it doesn't for me, but it's fine. No, it's fine. Yeah. Then Kathleen follows a pattern to dance, but Chop Chop makes some pictures disappear. And then Charlie makes a rhythm with her body. So is it the movie Body Song? No, the Hi-5. Okay, yeah. So I mean, she doesn't really sing the whole thing. She sings the like a bridge of it or chorus, or whatever. Then Nathan makes patterns using footprints and handprints. Charlie makes patterns with their hands, just like a kaleidoscope, like this. I love kaleidoscopes. Then Nathan tells us a story. Nathan tells us a story about 4 shoes that put on a show. Kelly is in charge. Charlie does some juggling, and Tim plays the guitar while Kathleen dances. But she's afraid of dancing in front of new shoes. Why? You should never be scared. Don't be stage fright. I really hope you don't get stage fright because that is really bad. Really bad. That's not good. But anyway, I loved that sharing story though. I loved it. I would also give it a big clap like Nathan would. Yeah. So actually, my favorite episode. I don't know actually what my favorite episode was actually. In the songs of the week, I don't know. My favorite episode from this songs of the week would have to be because I don't know if I would have a favorite. I love them all in particular, but you know what? I kind of really like the I don't know. To be honest, I kind of really like the babies one. I don't know. That was like really cute. That one was really cute though. Even though it was kind of giving you lots of chaotic things to think of, thoughts, but nah, I loved it. Yeah, the babies one was my favorite, but otherwise I love them all. But the reason why unfortunately the reason why I was thinking to put it in, leave it in B tier was because I didn't really thought of any patterns it would be. I felt like I didn't get any pattern vibes, no any pattern thoughts. So I know there were some pattern thoughts, but most of the time in these songs of the week or like but yeah, most of the songs of the week or anything didn't give me that vibe. And I'm sorry, I really am. Otherwise, it's still alright in particular. I still really like it. Sorry, just pause that there, guys. Just went and took a break. Yes, that's the reason why I put it in B tier. Let's go up to the next songs of the week now. The second last, the 8th songs of the week from this season, from season 4, series 4, seasonal series 4. Sorry, I can't even see anything because of these stupid. So sorry about that, guys. I really hate how the ads pop up on here so that you can't record. Like, that is not good. Please let me record this. Anyway, sorry about that distraction. Let's go up to the talking about the next Hi-5 songs of the weeks. Teamwork, yay! Hand in hand, and I love this songs of the week. You know what? I'm doing it. This is also the best songs of the week because I never had any best series 4. But you know what? Energy is my favorite songs of the week and Hand in Hand. I love the other ones too, but it just really didn't stand out to me as much as that. But yeah, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, no, so Teamwork is this one over here. I love all the pictures that they do with the orange characters. They're so adorable. They're absolutely so adorable. I love them so much. Anyway, yeah, no, let's not get distracted. Let's go up to the first songs of the weeks. Okay, so the first episode of the songs of the week is games. It's just like again, it's a basic title, but I love games. So Chats is Kelly's soccer coach because it rains outside. Because it's raining outside, yeah. obviously. Then Charlie practices with the soccer ball, and then she plays against Kelly. Yeah, I loved those two songlets, and it was engaging a lot. And I'll tell you why I'll put it in S tier later on. Yeah, so I liked those two songlets too. Then Nathan, Kathleen, Kelly, and Tim played Chinkle Winkle. There you go. A game where they have to guess the body shape the others will do. Charlie plays musical statues. Tim and Kathleen play an opposite game. Charlie sings about opposites, so it's the opposites attract song. Yeah, I really liked how they went back to Series 3, but it's not Series 3 now, it's Series 4. But I really liked how they got Charlie to sing opposites again, opposites attract. I really liked that. And it's like a envision to that, you know. Then Kathleen and Kelly build pyramids of cards, and they also play Snap, which was so engaging. I was so happy that they invent that sort of game. Oh, so cute, because all the pyramid of cards fell down, and they apparently played Snap. It should have said that but Chop accidentally takes down pyramids of cards from the fan, and then they play Snap instead, you know. Then Charlie makes diamonds using her hands, arms, and legs. So I think she also did the same thing in Series 2. Yeah. Then Tim tells us a story about I can't even talk bloopers. Oh my goodness. Tim tells us a story about a yellow pencils party when suddenly a blue pencil appears. Well, you know what? Getting different colors, I love the variety. I don't want to see the same thing. But yellow is my favorite color. Though it's one of my favorite colors. I love the color yellow. It's like bright and like, you know. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And it's a good thing they got a different color pencil, which was blue, and they mixed green. And I was so happy that the more colors you bring, the more colors there are. You know, the more colors you bring, the more yeah. How should I describe this? The more color you mix, the more colors will discover. You know, the more colors you bring. So that is a really good discovery. I love that so much. So yellow and blue mix green. So I love that. Yeah, the two primary colors and then secondary colors. Love that. Yeah, I loved this episode. Yeah, I really did. The next episode is feelings, thoughts, and memories. So it's 3 words in one, and I really liked how it's not just one word or even 2 words. Feelings, thoughts, and memories. So Kelly shows a memory book full of her baby memories. Charlie pretends to be a baby. Tim makes a happy song and asks the others how it makes them feel. Yeah, then Charlie feels proud of being herself. Kathleen sorts her photos and she must choose 6 of them to put in a frame. Charlie and Kathleen play hockey. Nathan teaches us how to tie shoelaces. Charlie ties a bow around her panda's head. Yeah, I liked how I don't know why they gave Charlie to make repeatable segments again, but however, I still really loved them. Then Kelly tells us a story about a letterbox where an express parcel, a phone bill, a birthday card, and a Mexican postcard talk about themselves. And I really liked how they went to another country and added there and make the story more and more fun, more engaging. And it's like you want that variety. And it's basically also not only teamwork or community, but also it's multicultural, which there's one episode called that in Series 8, which I'll go into way later on. Yeah. So at the end of Kathleen's segment, Drop shows a photo of Kathleen that comes from Series 3, episode 20. Yeah, I did notice that. It's really cute as well. I liked how they got that little cameo back. Then the next episode is Jobs. Oh, wait. Wait, did I just skip one episode? No, wait, I didn't. Sorry. Oh my god, guys, I just skipped one episode. Why do I keep doing that? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Okay, so this is the first episode. The songs we're gonna accidentally miss talking about. I'm so sorry about that. Hang on a second. Sorry about that. Oh shit, I'm so sorry. This is the second time I did this now. Mistakes happen, you know. So the first episode of the Songs of the Week is My Special Things. So Nathan, Kathleen, Tim, and Kelly practice the bush dance in a square. Charlie dances with heels and toes. Kathleen and Nathan work together to make lamingtons. Oh, that's delicious. Charlie pretends to cook using her wooden spoon, her measuring cup, and her rolling pin. Tim pretends to be a magician and practices a special magic trick. Charlie pretends to be a magician too. Kelly and Chats talk about ladybirds. Charlie pretends to be different winged animals. Then Kathleen tells us a story about a girl who has a picnic with her doll and builds a sandcastle with a spade and a truck. Yeah, and I love lamingtons. They're the best Australian desserts. And they're cut into 10, 11 slices, which I love that. Yeah, I also really loved this episode. Sorry I went into talking about that episode first. I don't know why I completely forgot to talk about that. Yeah, so I really liked those episodes too. They're really nice. Okay, sorry I missed talking about that one episode back. Yeah, I really liked the episode too. So the next Hi-5 episode I'll be talking about now is Jobs, which is episode 39. The one I missed was 36, episode 36. So the next episode I'm going to be talking about is Jobs. So Kathleen tries to fix a broken wooden chair and asks Kelly for help. I love how BFFs, or should I say, yeah, they do help each other, and I love that. And I love that friendship. It is so cute. And the duo, you know. Charlie paints a chair. Nathan and Tim dress up like clowns to cheer at a party. Yeah, and they did the same thing here. Pardon me. Well, not sort of the same thing, but I love how they always get that bro duo, you know. Yeah. Then yeah, it's more like a brother duo. I love that. Then Charlie and Kelly dress up like clowns too. Tim and the Hi-5 band make rattles for a soccer match. Charlie and Tim practice the Hi-5 cry. The cry cheer. Oh, maybe they went, yay, yay, cheers. So it's like an audience. Maybe they did something like that. Oh, no, it wasn't like that. Wait, sorry. So it was like copying, you know. Yeah, clown. Yeah, up, and down, and out. Like an example, the other person says this, and then the other one says after that. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I liked that one too. Then what was after that? Then Kelly uses tools to work in the garden, and they like use the fertilizer. They nourish everything. Charlie tries to reach for a flower up high. Then Nathan tells us a story about a school for statues where a teacher teaches his students how to keep still. Yeah, because they're statues, you know, obviously. Okay, then this is my favorite episode ever of the Songs of the Week because the last episode of Songs of the Week is making a movie. And I don't know why this didn't get added for some point on the DVD, and it's a shame because I loved how they made not only a concept and adaptation, but they also actually tried making a movie. And I really wished this OG cast would have actually made a big movie, but all we got was this. And it's a shame because I want more movies from Hi-5, not just a TV series. Like, come on, please give us the archive. We need. Oh my god. Yeah. So, last episode is making a movie. Yeah. So Kelly and Chats write the script. Charlie is the choreographer until Kelly tells her there won't be any dancers in the movie anymore. Oh, that's a bit of a shame. Why would you... I don't know why Kelly is just mixing up a lot of stuff that is not good, this and that. And it's like a prototype. You shouldn't change any prototypes. People always think prototypes are way better. And that's how you make a movie more interesting. So I don't know why you would change it. Then Kathleen makes the props for the movie, including the costumes and a signpost. Charlie acts like a signpost. Tim makes the sound effects and a song for the movie. Charlie and Hi-5 band do adventure moves together. Nathan gets the set ready. Then Charlie acts like a sneaky, greedy adventurer. Yeah. I mean, they do actually kind of get into that little story later on, which is really funny. Yeah. Sorry, guys. I had to adjust this chair again. It's really annoying. Ah, my god. Okay. Yeah, so she does kind of get into sneaky greedy adventurer. But you need friends more than Jules, obviously. So let's go into the last Thing of the songs week. So the sharing stories for the Hi-5 movie. Chats tells us a story about two adventurers looking for a purple and pink singing platypus, and a greedy adventurer tries to stop them because she wants a treasure, but a wombat leads them to the Platypus Creek. I mean, that is so greedy. Why? Because you want jewels more than that, and that is like crazy to me. That is so bizarre. Why would you do that? It should have been so much better while they had to all dance, while they had to what else was there? Like I don't know. Yeah, but that's really bizarre. But I, you know what? I still really loved the story, even if they changed a few things. I absolutely loved this episode. This was my favorite episode. This Songs of the Week. From end to end. And I loved the Annie Songs of the Week, not only because of the upbeat and everything, and I love all the themes, but I love their costumes that they wear because we're from 5 different countries, and I love that so much. So Nathan wears, what does he wear again? Wait, I just want to go into there very quickly, sorry, because I love the Songs of the Week, so that's the reason why I put it up as well. Yeah, sorry. The flags on the cast are from, so Kelly wears United Kingdom, Tim wears North Macedonia. Wow, and I love that. But I don't know why they inverted the colours for him to wear Macedonia. They should have left the same inverted colours as the flags. They shouldn't have left it uninverted. I don't know why they inverted the colours of red and yellow so that the flag wouldn't look the same. And that's a bit rude, but I'll take it, it's fine. At least you still know what it is. So yeah, Kelly wears United Kingdom, Tim wears North Macedonia. Wow. Then Kathleen wears the Philippines. It's where she came from. Then Nathan wears Aboriginal Australian. So it's like a dot in the moon, but you get stripes as well. And Charlie is obviously Australia, so it's the same. And I love that. And with Hyper USA, they did the same thing, but in North, South, East, and West version, which I don't know why they had to really compromise it differently there. But you know what? It's fine. And what flags do they wear? Because I know I didn't grow up with them, but I want to see as well. Wait, hang on. Yeah, so Jen wears United States, Curtis wears Alaska. Oh my god. They all like wear different ones. Then Kimmy wears Hawaii. Then Sean wears Texas. Then Carla wears North Carolina. So they're like all different from states from the US, which I really like that. But I felt like it's better that they should have got different countries rather than just continents. But yeah, nah, it's luckily I didn't grow up with them much anyway. It's not that I didn't want to grow up with them, I like them as well, but not as much as the original cast. The OG cast you can't beat, obviously. Like, I don't know. But yeah, so the reason why my favorite episode was making a movie, that was my favorite of the songs list. But the reason why I put it in S tier, because this was just one of the best songs lists they've ever done. Like the energy in one and the teamwork one hand in hand. Like I honestly really love it so much. I really did yeah. Yeah. And it gave me a lot of teamwork moments and that's why I put it there. Okay, now let's go up to the last songs of the week, which is Finding Out. The Reach Out songs of the week from Series 4. Not the Reach Out, Grab Your Dreams later on, because I never grew up with them. I didn't really like them that much because it was different, but I don't want to be rude, but nah, I just really didn't. I'm sorry, nah. But the Reach Out, yeah, nah. The Reach Out from Series 4, the theme is called Finding Out. I don't know why they would make a theme called Finding Out, but I get what they were doing with the concept anyway. You know what? Oh no. Why did I... Oh. Sorry guys, let me go back for a second. I don't know why I left the A up down there and the B up there. That was a bit weird because I would not do that. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, everyone's still recording it. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I'm just a bit confused. No, I'm not confused now because I switched to A and B tiers. I don't know why. I've probably might accidentally have touched something. Yeah, so I just adjust that now. So the last song of the week is Reach Out, Finding Out. Now, um, I don't know actually if I really liked this songs of the week. Yeah, I don't know if I actually really also liked this songs of the week, to be honest, because it didn't give me any finding out, and the theme was very confusing, and I didn't get where it was going. But I did like some of the episodes anyway. Most of them, all of them, yeah, in particular still. But let's talk about this first episode of the songs of the week called Colors. Oh, and I love bright colors, so let's go. The Nathan paints a screen for Kathleen. Charlie matches the colors with her feelings. Kathleen, oh no, not Kathleen again. Kelly makes a fruit salad rainbow. Charlie peels an orange. Tim plays rainbow colored playing pipes. Charlie dances with rainbow colored clothes. And Kathleen wonders why the sea is blue. And this is the songlet, but this is the only songlet from Series 4 that makes me so emotional. Because I feel like it's how they sang it. And it's the deep blue the sea. It's a beautiful day, and the sky is blue. And I wish I knew I'll see you soon. Until I'm on into the sea, happy and free, deep blue the sea. Yeah, and I still even feel emotional even when I just say it. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I felt like it was just it was a beautiful like song, like harmony, like harmonic song ever, but it made me so emotional, like in a happy way, sad way, but yeah. It was also in the Celebrate album, which I liked. That I really did. Then Charlie pretends to go on skis, which is the zigzagging, also in the Celebrate album and the Hi-5 Hits album. Wow. Yeah, I really liked that. That's crazy. I really liked this song. It was so upbeat. La 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 la. Sing singing down the mountain. Sing singing down I go. Oh no no. Then swinging on their skis. Snow swinging in the snow. Go la 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Yeah, I'm sorry to sing it fast. I can go on this quicker. Yeah, I don't know why the adaptation again was so different when they got the zigzagging, and the adaptation was so different. What Kathleen sang in that songlet as well. The Deep Blue the Sea. Deep Blue the Sea and zigzagging, because they all sang in the album, both of their songlets, but in the series only one of them sang it. Like, why? That's not good. I don't like how nothing again. It's different and it's not the same. Why? Anyway, yeah, Kathleen wonders why the sea is blue. Charlie pretends to go on skis. Then Charlie tells us a story about a boy who wants to build a sandcastle with 3 crabs, and they help him. Yeah. Yeah, no, that is really cute. That is really cute, yeah. Then the next episode is About and Around Me. Yeah, I really liked this episode too. I love actually all the episodes here. I don't know why. You know what? I know the reach out and everything else, the song that made me feel emotional, but you know what? I also really liked this song this week. I don't know. Sorry I had to leave it to B tier because I thought I wouldn't really like it, but I actually really love all of the episodes now because it did give me the creativity. I get that the theme, it wasn't where it was going, so that's the reason why I put in A. The theme was confusing, so that's the reason why I just wouldn't put in S. I'll still leave it at least in A tier. Yeah, so that's why. Yeah, I'm sorry I had to change it, guys. I just really love this songs week as well, so I put in A tier as well. Um, yeah, not B. I'm now A. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So A tier is good for me. So that was the Colors episodes. The next episode is About and Around Me. Tim finds his own groove to dance jazz, and I don't know why they scrapped this songlet, which was an adaptation starting from Series 4, but I don't know why they moved it to the Holiday album, Hi-5 Holiday album for Series 5. And I didn't like how, yeah, I don't know, yeah, see, the adaptation was exactly the same, but they moved it to Series 5, and that is the only problem. That is the only problem. And I don't know why they didn't get to fit that in. And I don't know why I don't mean to be rude, but the chicken pox one was the most unnecessary one. I'm sorry, like, chicken pox. Because it doesn't give me any celebration. It doesn't give me, like, I don't know what was the logic of her getting that song in the album. I really don't get it. It's not that I don't like it, it's just like, It doesn't make sense to the album. The Jazz Scat one does, but they moved it in Series 5. Why would you do that? And just shove it in there later on. They should have done it in this series rather than the next one. That's crazy. Like, I don't know. That's a bit bizarre. Like, just because they had much more other songlets they really wanted doesn't mean they could move it to the next one. But it does mean that now, I hate that. It doesn't mean it for me, though. Anyway, yeah, Tim finds his own groove to dance jazz. Charlie dances to jazz music. Kathleen looks at the little garden creatures and count their legs. Charlie becomes a boot hopper eagle. A butt hopper eagle. What? That's even more bizarre. That's even more bizarre. That's like shit, I'm sorry. Nah. I can't even know. Oh, a butterfly. Okay, so she was trying to be a half butterfly, a grasshopper, and a beetle. Ah, okay, I get it now. Yeah, that's it. Charlie becomes basically a half butterfly, a butterhopper eagle. What? That's so unusual and bizarre. That is so bizarre. Charlie becomes a butterhopper eagle. So basically a butterfly, grasshopper, and beetle. Yeah. Then Kelly makes a tiny soccer field and blows at the ball with a straw. Yeah, that's really cute. Then Charlie does moves that Adias tells her. Then Nathan pretends to be a starfish. Yeah, I really liked that segment. It was all really cute. Charlie explains what to do the crabs do, what the crabs would do. Then Nathan tells us a story about a young star who wants to get brighter. Her friend and her big sister help her a little bit. But then Kelly Star goes, where the keeper of the night sky is. So Timmel's the keeper of the night sky. It's just like basically, why is the name giving me vibes from Bambi? You know, the Great Prince of the Forest? It's sort of like that long name, Great Prince of the Forest, but Keeper of the Night Sky. That is crazy to me. Oh my god, that's really funny. Okay, by the way, then the next episode, yeah, I really liked that episode too. The next episode is Experiments. Kathleen makes a bubble mixture. Charlie plays with balloons. Yeah, I love how there are experiments, and this stuff makes sense. Like that. Then scientists, Tim and Kelly, make instruments from ordinary things. From ordinary things. I can make music from anything at all. I don't know why it's not blue highlighted, because I know for a fact that they definitely, absolutely, they definitely do sing that song, but it's also moved to Series 5. I can just remember it now. The Mad Music Scientist, the Tim song. They Scat, now it's the Scientist one now. Like, why? The Mad Music Scientist one, like, why? By the way, anyway, then Charlie makes her bed. Then Nathan makes different shapes of clay. Charlie makes a cat out of Play-Doh. Kelly chats to make a fuzzy bath for a rubber duck. Charlie has taken a bath and she gets dry with a towel. Then Kathleen tells us a story about 3 cookbooks that can never stand up, and the last one always falls over until they call a book end. A book end? What? Oh, to stop the books from falling down. Yeah, I get it, yeah. No, I get it now, yeah. The 3 cookbooks from the String Story segments are about French food, barbecue food, and Thai food. Ooh, I love that, and I love the variety, how they took that into the story. So that's why I really liked that. Yeah, no, I really liked that episode as well. Then the next episode is Cleverness. Wow, that is correct here. I love that title, Cleverness. Love that. Okay, so then Kathleen pretends to sail a boat and looks for a lighthouse before it gets stuck. Charlie pretends to be a sailor. Kelly and Chats find out which liquid is the heavier and which one is lighter. Which one is heavy and which one's lighter. Then Charlie pretends to be a rubber duck and a bar of soap. Tim Live and Ben make mouth music. Oh my god, that's really funny. And then I don't know why Charlie again only got 3 segments, and I'm so disappointed. It's a shame, because I really loved this episode, even though she only got 3 segments. Yeah, so and it says in the trivia, this is the only episode in Series 4 that Charlie has 3 segments instead of 4. Why? But she should have done something after that. If I was her, I would actually absolutely do something after that. And that is just ruins the whole entire episode, actually. I'm very upset about that because she should have just done at least anything. At least it was, even if it was something repeatable or basic. Why? Anyway, I still really love this episode anyway. Even if she only had 3. Then after Tim's segment, Nathan plays with a Wumpy toy. He mixes the parts of its body. So, and it's really silly one. It's a silly mascot, but yeah, no, you know. Then Charlie imagines how it would be if the parts of our body had another function. Yeah, is that the Imagine songlet? Oh my god. That is, I knew it. Oh my god, I knew it. This was also in the Series 5 holiday album. Are you kidding me? I don't know why they are making the adaptation to Series 5 and they haven't even got up to the last episode this year, and it's a little bit ridiculous because they're just making the adaptation to a different season into a different season adaptation. Not only that, they're changing casts to sing, but also they are changing seasons now. Like, please don't do that. Because the more that you change into a season, the more confusing you don't know what it is. And that's why they've done a lot of episodes. They've done like, what, 500-600 episodes or more. Now they've probably done more than that. Yeah, and it's not good how they can change it. Please, next time you should know. They knew what they were doing. Okay, then by the way, then, yeah, Charlie's Signal was crazy as well. It was bizarre, but it was crazy and funny. I love it. Pardon me. Then Tim tells us a story about a girl who finds a baby stegosaurus in the garden and they become best friends, but the stegosaurus is very shy when the girl's parents are around. Oh, but they love you, little dinosaur. They do absolutely love you. Then, and speaking of creativity again, which I'm never going to stop saying this word, but it's a good one. It's a good word. Okay, so then last episode is creativity. Yeah, creativity. I liked it. It's a good finish to that. So Mine and Nathan goes underground to collect precious rocks. Charlie pretends to cross a tunnel that gets lower. Kathleen has 3 wishes and Drop grants them all, but in a wrong way. Are you kidding me right now? Drop probably gave her rhymes of wishes. And I forgot. And she definitely got a pizza after that, which is delicious. Yum. I don't know what was the logic for her getting a pizza though, but what I do know is that Charlie gave her a tip. No, sorry, Kathleen gave her a tip, and then Charlie delivered the pizza. What did she say? She was like, Charlie was like wanting to, like, asking for a tip, and then Kathleen, she was like, wait, what did she say? She said something like, work hard, be good to your mother. I absolutely love that. Queen Kathleen on the block. I absolutely love that. That is a really good tip to give her. And what I would give it a tip, please save the environment. Nah, not please. Save the environment, the world, the earth, the universe, everything. Yeah. Actually, what would I make it a good tip? Save water, be good to your family, and save the entire world, universe, earth. That's it. And I just made something as well. I just made a tip today. That was really good. Then Charlie does genie magic movements. Oh my god. I can't believe I just read that because it reminds me of, I know I'm getting off of that now, but you know that Bratz movie, Genie Magic and all of that? Like, reminds me of that now. Oh my god. But no, seriously, they do that as well. Like, Charlie does Genie Magic movements. Yeah. Why am I thinking about them now until I'm getting to this? Oh my god, that's so embarrassing. But we are all of have those interests. But yeah, Charlie does Genie Magic movements. Then Tim plays an African double-headed drum and imagines African crane birds. Charlie leaps around. Then Kelly and Chats play a guessing game. One of them acts like whatever a card says without telling a word, and the other one guesses that action. So they are basically playing charades. You could have just said playing charades, but they don't want to give you that description. That is not good. How are you going to know what it is? You can't just make a full long sentence just so you can't know what the word is, so that you can't get into it. Like, that's not good. We know that it's a charade. Like, what charade? That is a charade. You're giving the person without telling them until you have to guess a move. And it has to be guessing that exact action. Then after that, Charlie does a rain dance, expecting it starts to rain. She starts to rain. She expecting it to start to rain, yeah. Then Kelly tells us a story about three elves that help Santa to deliver presents while he has a cold on Christmas Eve, right before Christmas Day. And I actually feel upset about that because I don't know why they made such a terrible call, but I wasn't that like upset. Just disappointed how they would give you that concept. But overall, I still really loved this story a lot. I still really love this story a lot because yeah. Wait, by the way, what is Tim singing? Oh, Zulu language. South Africa. Yeah, that was segment. Yeah, I really liked that one as well. Yeah, it was a Christmas themed story. Not only they had one Christmas themed story, they had two Christmas themed stories. So how come when we got It's a Hot for Christmas, they should have done something in this series rather than in series 5. But instead, well, I get what they were doing because I am going to get into that in the next part. But they did do a whole Christmas episode, but they put it all into a DVD as well because it was like Christmas, you know. That's my favorite Ultimate Life of DVD of all time because everyone remembers their Christmas one. And it's actually even so popular from Hi-5 from not only the whole entire franchise, you know, but it's even Hi-5 in general rather than just their other songs or weeks. Their Christmas are so popular. Even when we were to go, you know, an example in a shopping center, and one of their songs, their Christmas songs specifically start playing, and like, wow, that's a surprise. And I really hope this year something happens again. But yeah, make sure you pick it up. Yeah, so I really liked also the songs of the week because yeah, I really liked the songs of the week as well. I put it in A tier, but the reason why I wouldn't put it in S tier was because I didn't know where this thing was going. It was confusing, and it was a little bit bizarre to be honest. But I'll give it an A tier. I really liked also the songs of the week, you know, but I really liked the other two, and then probably the other ones too. So yeah. Well, boys and girls, oh wait, my favorite episode. What was my favorite episode? The creativity, cleverness. I loved them all actually. I don't know. I loved them all so much in particular. I didn't mind. I loved them all. But my most favorite one would have to be oh god, the cleverness one. Even though it was a bit short, but yeah, and the creativity one now. Yeah, I have one, two favorite episodes, but otherwise I love them all so much in particular in the reach out, finding out week. Yeah, but the reason I put in A tier was once again because I just felt like I didn't know where the plot was going in the whole entire week. But you know, it is what it is. Yeah, so A tier is good enough for me to still leave it there as well. So, boys and girls, this will be a big part 2 video. So I've just merged part 1 from series 1, series 2. This is series 3 now and series 4. This is now series 3 and series 4. Later on, I'm going to make another big part, which is really big. And that's why I'm preparing them into parts instead of merging it into one big video. And I don't want to do that. But when I was ranking the DVDs of that, it was 7 hours. It was really big. But it was worth it for me actually to do that. But this is different because there's a lot of songs of the weeks. A lot. Probably more than they're making DVDs. Absolutely. They should have actually done season DVDs. There's no box set or anything from it. I wish I can get one. Well, that's shit if they didn't do that because this is so rare to only watch it on YouTube. Please, Nine Network, credits to them if you can find, and please get the archive and get all of this Like, I don't know why they stuck all the watermarks on them. It is cute, but it's better without the watermarks. And just to look into all the entire episodes, and please give us also better quality of these episodes, all of these episodes as well, because you can't get them all of them on DVD because of only their compilations. They only get compilations instead of this. Why? Anyway, I'm gonna go into the next part, guys. Series 5 I'm gonna talk about next, and Series 6. Bye, guys. So that's Series 3 and Series 4. Bye, guys. Oh yeah, I gotta put the other fucking thing. Oh fuck.